mucus-free. We are 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 mucus-free. What's going on, brothers and sisters? Welcome to yet again another episode, another year, another day that billions of people are eating pus and mucus-forming foods with absolute impunity. Welcome to I don't know which annual. This is like the 10th annual or something like that. 10th, let's call it the 10th annual, 11th, 12th annual ThanksKilling address by yours truly, Professor Spira. Let me know what's going on in the chat. I want you guys chatting in here today. We got to be that support system for each other. So let me know if you hear everything okay, if the audio's all right, and see everything and all that good stuff. It wouldn't be a mucus-free event if there wasn't a little bit of technical difficulty. Well, what's going on, Karen? My man Joe's in the house. What's going on? Reese. Reese was telling us a story about what's happening. You know, we're here. We are here ready to get this thing going. And who else is here? We got Renee. What's going on? Jared, appreciate you being here. And the stream looks okay. All right. Well, I am truly happy to hear that. So it has been a while. It's been a while since I've done a live stream. It's been a while since I've really posted a whole lot here on YouTube other than some reels or some comedic things. And that's because we've been doing a whole lot of work behind the scenes, way behind the scenes where most people can't see. There is a dedicated team of folks on the mucus-free path, on the mucus-free team, that is truly doing some remarkable work and building some things that you will be seeing very shortly. And so when sometimes you're in that building mode, I like to focus on that and really be focused in on getting together what we were trying to work toward. And I'll be talking more about that in a little while. But we are gathered here today to lay to rest a good friend. We gotta lay to rest Mr. ThanksKilling. Mr. ThanksKilling, this so-called tradition, this tradition of slaughter, this tradition of debauchery, of carnism, of rape, of murder and insanity. Yet they've been able to put a little bow on it, put a nice white picket fence and clean it up, clean the mud and the feces off of it, and make it to be this time of gratitude. We're giving thanks. We're giving thanks for the colonial powers and the sadistic, psychopathic idiots that came and raped all of our ancestors and brought us over here. And it's just such a beautiful time for the family and the slaughterhouses. We're putting people to work. People are being put to work because they are able to get great work at the slaughterhouses and all of the meat packing plants and all of that. It's so beautiful. And then, you can look these statistics up. I read this somewhere. On the days following ThanksKilling and moving into Christmas and New Year's, the majority of death on the planet actually happens right now. So I guess that's something to be grateful and thankful for, huh? All the strokes and the heart attacks and the stress that just pushes it over the edge that happens at this time of year. It's beautiful. Give thanks. Hug your family and spread love and cheer for a time that is so ridiculous. Of all of the days of the year, this is the one day where I don't hold nothing back here. This is absolutely ridiculous. Now, if you're new here, I practice something called the Mucus Diet Healing System by Professor Arnold Ehret. I've done so for over 22 years. I've helped a lot of people be able to learn about this information, overcome ailments in their own right. I got this picture sitting here. Yeah, I used to be over 300 pounds, suffering from chronic migraines, chronic constipation, sleep apnea, horrible digestive issues, horrible sinus issues, ear infections all the time. Just the list goes on. Then I met a great friend of mine by the name of Brother Air, aka Willie Smart, that told me about this mysterious book by a mysterious author called The Mucus Diet Healing System by Professor Arnold Ehret. I read that book, and 6 months after that, this happened. I lost 100 pounds, overcame all those ailments and issues that I was doing, just following the principles and removing stuff out of my body like this. We call this mucoid plaque. This is what's controlling your life, not only controlling you from the inside out, but this is what's in all these psychopathic politicians that are supposedly running the show. We're being run by parasites, by uneliminated fecal matter, slime. All of that is going into the decisions and the decision-making process that affects your life. Now, I don't like that. I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate a bunch of feces and slime being at the foundation of the decisions that actually affect my life. So what can we do about it? Well, first and foremost, we have to get ourselves together. We have to, despite all of the challenges and the hatred gets thrown our way and all of the ignorance, we have to stand strong and we have to learn how to say no. No, thank you. I don't want this dead, rotting piece of flesh. No, thank you. I don't want that. No, thank you. I don't want that bag of processed carcinogenic chips. No, thank you. No, I don't need to fit in to your little ritual. No, thank you. And I know that that's really hard for a lot of you to say. And that's one of the reasons we do this live stream, so that we can band together and be like, all right, look, this is, you got to plug in. Is one of the most important things. One of the reasons I was able to do this, the way I did it, was because I was able to plug into others that were doing this, an actual community of people that were living this way and thinking in a way that is diametrically opposed to the societal norms, to the way that things are supposed to be. In the world of the way things are supposed to be, millions get slaughtered. Millions of humans, billions of animals get slaughtered from war, get raped from war and the rapists and the so on and so forth. So much turmoil, chaos, pain, and suffering is all because people want to live in the delusion that eating pus and mucus-forming foods is normal for the human species, for Homo sapiens. Homo degenerations. I don't know, I'm going to come up with something because we are dropping the ball as a species. What makes you think that we're special? People seem to forget there are these other humanoid, at least according to whatever we can find, the bones from in our death cultural observations. There's not a lot of other human species that made it this far. Now, why is it that we think we're so special that we can't become extinct? That 50, 60, 70% of the entire human population can't cease to exist. 100% can't cease to exist. Not because of some made up virus or some made up whatever, the things that they want to bring to the table. The reason that I had to delete 50 videos that were perfectly good videos off of this channel, not because of that, but because of the addiction to pus and mucus-forming foods. Pus and mucus-forming foods are not supposed to be eaten by humans. But when humans decide to go down that path and eat these foods, chaos is a natural result. It's cause and effect. So because a society is eating pus and mucus forming foods, your meat, your turkey and chicken and ham and beef from the cows, and drinking their milk for what? Drinking, all of this conditioning that had to go into a human actually growing up thinking that it's normal to drink the pus-infested milk of an animal that's not human, that has children that are 120 pounds coming out of the mother. 120-pound baby calf supposed to have cow's milk, not a human of any age. But marketing is a hell of an institution. And the conditioning and the level of conditioning that has been able to happen to humans that they want to call tradition over the years is absolutely insane. And so we got a lot of work to do. But part of that work is standing up for yourself and learning how to say no when you're put in a position that is challenging. And a lot of people find the holidays challenging, the peer pressure, the family pressure. Why are you're so weird, and you're too extreme. You're too extreme. It's just one day a year. Just come. It's the family. Let's get together. But when you start to unearth how sick and depraved this particular day, again, of all of these holidays, I like that. Sister Decorah calls it a holiday. Of all of these holidays, this one is particularly problematic. It's particularly just, you got a whole genocide underneath it. You got people eating themselves into oblivion, digging their graves with their own teeth, and it being normalized. Well, this is a classic. This came about again. So I talked about this years ago. I think this isn't a video that was probably yanked off of YouTube. So those of you that are actually seeing this on YouTube, congratulations, because I'm pretty sure this is going to be taken down. But you all remember this? This was a good piece of history. The Butterball employees that were having sex with the turkeys in the slaughterhouses. Because how do you know what's going on with that, with these, I don't want to call it food, with the poison? How do you know what's happening? Are you sure? Are you sure it's clean? You going to McDonald's? Are you sure like it looks like it might be clean? Are you sure? Are you sure that some psychopath didn't rape the animal? It's bad enough you're murdering the animal, but you're going to rape it first. Or grape it. I don't know, man. It's stupid. Man, it's stupid YouTube. I'm so sick of YouTube. That's why YouTube does so much censorship on little old me. I just had another video taken down a week ago, just out of the blue. The bots go in there and they say, oh, he said the word vaccine. He said he did this. Oh, there's a video of a turkey being raped. And then they take the video down. What is wrong with you people? Can't we just express ourselves? Is it okay that I think that this is wrong? Is it okay if I express that opinion, that this is ridiculous, that this is psychopathic, that this is the foundation of this day, giving thanks, giving thanks to the people that raped the turkey before they killed it, before I could buy it, before I could cook it, then serve it to my family. Thank you. Thank you so much. Absolute insanity. And they did so many laws to try to really put people in prison for doing the behind the scenes footage and trying to smuggle in cameras into these places. If we could only see what really happens, they want to, oh, this was an isolated incident. This happened a long time ago. We fired those people. We took care of it. What's happening now? You think why do you think anything's changed? Pretty sure it hasn't. Pretty sure it hasn't. Because this is not going to change until people stop eating pus and mucus forming foods, until people start to understand that behavior is connected to what you put into your body. And when you eat poisonous foods, the resulting behavior is going to be compromised in some way. And some people say, well, but my grandma ate pus and mucus and she was a fine, nice woman. And she's, hey, my grandma was really nice too. Not all poison reacts the same in every person's body. Some people eat some chicken or some turkey, then they go in the bedroom and take a nap. Some other people eat some chicken and some turkey, have a little shot of some tequila or whatever it is people drink these days, and they want to go party. They want to go get social. People that are very stifled. I'm scared to talk to people, but then hey, get a little turkey and a little alcohol in them, and they're the belle of the ball. They're out there at the club, like, hey, what's going on? So you got those people, but then you also have the people that eat the turkey, drink the shot, and then want to go grab a gun and shoot up in elementary school, or a mall, or go murder the next door neighbor, or go capture a child, kidnap a child, and put them in the basement and chain them up. This happens now. However many millions of children that are in the sex trafficking is now. But people went, but we want to give thanks. We want to give thanks and we want to eat. We want to eat the stuff that is at the foundation of all the sex trafficking. You want to deal with sex trafficking? You want to deal with people kidnapping children and tying them up in basements? Take the pus and the mucus forming foods away from them long enough, and let's see if they still have the stimulant and the toxicity that it takes to do that. for that thought to even be in there, to have that capability, to be able to do something like that, you must be filthy. Arnold Ehret says that all disease, no matter what name it is known by medical science, is what? Constipation. A clogging up of the entire pipe system of the human body. And we're not just talking about bowel constipation, but we are talking about cellular constipation. From head to toe, the entire body is a living cesspool. A cesspool of filth. So what kind of decisions do you think a person is going to make if their body is a cesspool of filth? Now, Mother Nature has a way of trying to slow down those that are the filthiest. So as people get older, and this aging process happens, you have a premature aging process. And you get folks that Mother Nature basically, they've eaten themselves into a point where they've lost all their vitality. So take somebody that was at a rock concert when they were in their 20s, jumping around, or their teenage years and being all stimulated and doing the mosh pit, maybe getting into a couple fights, and take that person. And then when you look at them in their 70s, well, why aren't you at the mosh pit anymore? Why aren't you getting into fights anymore? I know a few of them still do. But what happened to the vitality? Not regular aging, because the aging process has been advanced and sped up so fast. But people don't know that because they don't have a frame of reference. They just think that this aging process is normal, and the way that it goes, the speed that it goes. You're going to age, and we're transitioning. We're doing the best we can to try to get off of this poisonous stimulant. But you don't have to age as fast. But for those that are going to be on that high octane stimulant, man, I'm seeing. I'm now at the age. I have friends that I grew up with, went to high school and elementary school, that are dying. Heart issues, strokes, heart attacks. And I'm not elderly yet, but it's already happening because each generation is not getting better. They're not getting healthier. They're getting worse. So what the generations before, Brother Air, his people he grew up with were, in their 50s and 60s. They were starting to get strokes and heart attacks and pass away. I'm in my 40s. It's happening already. So the decision that you make, it is life or death. But people want to just like, oh, well, it's just the holidays. It's fun. We're gonna have some fun, and it's like, no, we ain't playing games here. This is absolute life and death situation. But people want to act like they really want to act like everything's all good, when it is not all good. I don't know if you'll be able to hear this audio.
This White House tradition began.
Let me know if you can hear the audio.
When turkey was presented to President Truman. And that
I don't even want to hear this dude. So look at how you are mean to tell me that this is serious, that this buffoonery, that this system that we have that is built upon pus and mucus eating, the backs of slave labor. Also,
based on your temperament and commitment to being productive.
So we can be cute.
I hereby pardon Peach and Blossom. This event marks the official start of the holiday season here in Washington. It's also my last time to speak here as your president during this season and give thanks and gratitude. So let me say to you, it's been the honor of my life. I'm forever grateful. May we use this moment, take time from our busy lives and focus on what matters most, our families. My dad used to have an expression, that families the beginning, the middle, and the end. Our friends and our neighbors. And the fact that we're blessed to live in America, the greatest country on earth, and that's not hyperbole. We are. The honor to continue.
All right. So what I got what I got for Joe is I got a split enema bag for Joe. I'm gonna give Joe this split enema bag because he don't even deserve a bag that ain't split. That's all you get. Absolute ridiculous. And by the way, I just wanted to rant about this. So I did my enema today. So I'm on day 2 of my annual ThanksKilling fast. And I go to do my enema and this thing splits. Now, and he said this just happened to him like a couple months ago. And I was like, man, I've been doing enemas for 42 years. And I didn't, not 42 years, but 23 years. And I never had it split. I've only been using this for like 2 weeks, this enema bag. And it wasn't cheap either. This wasn't like the cheapest of the enema bags. And man, this thing just split. So this is what Joe gets. Joe gets the split enema bag. We ain't gonna waste a good enema bag on Joe. He gets the split one. And he can go and I mean, this is what you dealing with here. This is what constipation looks like. And as we like to say, this is what it looks like when you lose. We done there ain't nothing, people talk about, well, let's go vote and let's go change. Like, it ain't gonna happen that way. The revolution is not gonna be storming the castle. That's because when you fighting against constipation when constipation is king, constipation is always going to win. So be careful. We talk about the Jerry Springer effect for the reason, but you got to be careful out here with these psychopaths, because this is still running the show. It's dying out. So can we be patient enough? And how patient should we be? There's a certain level you just gotta step out of the way and let the all of this stuff just kind of fall down the stairs. Which is just such a pathetic. Y'all really taking this seriously. Just I pardon you. I pardon you. But we're gonna eat your brother. Absolute buffoonery. Absolute buffoonery. Yeah, he's probably gonna pardon. Yeah. Oh yeah, Alphine. Yeah, so luckily when it happened, I was actually at the sink. So I was at the sink and this thing just went. So I had a cup. I was able to save like a very small amount of the water with the cup. And just to show you that it doesn't stop me. So it's like what they say, don't cry over again, with all the pus and mucus isms, don't cry over spilled milk. Don't cry. Don't cry over busted enema bag and lemon. And that was some good hot lemon water too. I had like 10 lemons in that one too. But like, so, but I just immediately, I didn't even have an emotional reaction. I just went, huh. And I kind of wiped up the little bit I needed to wipe up. I went right back in the kitchen. Luckily I had some more lemons since there's nothing open on the holiday today. They like to close everything up around here. So luckily I had some more lemons, made me another pot, and had a great ThanksKilling enema. Now, if any of you had a great ThanksKilling enema, let us know in the chat. It was a good one. And yesterday was a good one too. And so, yeah, I always fast on these holidays. This is to me, it's the best time to really fast. It's a good time to try to pay some type of reparations for the insanity that we just been through. And this came up in my feed. This is appropriate for this time of year. Let's see what this. In the spirit, it's the holidays. In the spirit of the holidays. I mean, how goofy does that look like? Like he got out of Rikers Island. He's like, I'm hungry. All right. It's like, oh man, we got work to do. We got so much work to do. So much. Because that's the level of constipation. Every morsel of meat, dead animal flesh that you ever ate, you're going to have to deal with that. Physiological karma is real. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. You eat poison, dead animal, and eventually it's going to catch up with you sooner or later. There's in the news now, it's they're making this big deal that there are all these young people with colon cancer. There's an epidemic of young people, relatively young people, that are getting colon cancer. So I wonder why. Why is that? Is it because people want to blame everything but the real problem? So is it the chemicals? Is it the shots and the medicines? Is it the glyphosate? Or maybe it's just good old fashioned pus-forming foods that cause constipation, that get into your intestine. And if you get a little ball of that stuff that just kind of stops everything up, and things start to continue to back up, what happens to that stuff? It doesn't get alkaline, it gets acidic. And the more acidic it gets, the more likely it is going to damage your internal cells. And then the body is going to try to do its best to try to save your life as you're literally taking poisonous waste from the inside out and damaging your cells. It's like, let me take some cyanide and just rub it all in the lining of my colon and intestines. Just take a little cyanide, just rub it all in there. people say, oh, well, that's preposterous. It's not the same thing. Cyanide kills you. Okay, I did that as an example because cyanide is something that people recognize kills you quick. The pus and the mucus might even be worse than the cyanide because it kills you slow. Because your body is trying hard to adapt to it. You're transitioned into eating this way. Go look at the ingredients on baby formula. We've done that a number of times here on the channel. All of the garbage in so-called store-bought baby formula, it allows a parent to transition their child to where they could be tolerant of poisonous foods. If you raised a child on breast milk and then fruit and juices, then all of a sudden you send them to McDonald's, that's not going to be very that's not going to be very nice of a thing to do to your child. Dude. And people love to give their children. Give children. It's so cute. Give them fast food. Oh, I guess this is a whole. I'm sure this will cause a copyright situation. I should probably just look at pictures, but it doesn't really matter. I don't think this stream isn't going to last very long on YouTube the way YouTube is these days. YouTube is going to be like, there's that guy. He's talking about that pus and mucus again. Let's get him off of there. Let me see here. Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm talking about. People, they really, really are totally unconscious. They have no clue. And you can find those videos where you find like little babies that should be liquidarian, that should just be consuming liquids, slowly transitioning to solid food. And there's some parent that thinks it's cute. Give them a little piece of the McDonald's burger. Give them some fries. Give them some whatever. All these pictures aren't even that good. But you're talking about people that are just so unconscious that have no clue about anything. They just have absolutely no clue of what's going on. You see, Brother Ayers in the house. What's going on? Said, Mario Abney. Okay, hitting the Mothership Center. All right. When is we'll have to find out when that is. That's what's up. Good old Mario. So did I mention that I don't like Thanksgiving? This is such a ridiculous time. Then we're gonna have this going on, I guess. Macy's ThanksKilling. Did that happen today or is that tomorrow? The ThanksKilling Day Parade. And we had looked at pictures of this before. No, we had looked at videos of this years ago, and they immediately took the video down. They were like, you're not allowed to make fun of our tradition. It's like, I mean, how when you see these pictures, how much bowel, all these folks that are gathered around, how much uneliminated feces are on the streets of New York, housed in people's colons and intestines. Toxic. But we want to act like this is normal. Act like this is good old fashioned Americana. This Like, oh, you don't like fun, Spira. This is fun. This is oh, we got Mickey and the gang. It's all about fun. And so you mean to tell me that it's all about fun and creativity, all the artists get to make whatever these things are, and it's like it's all about somebody getting rich, somebody getting laid, and somebody getting paid. You know, that's what any of this, all this pus and mucus world. That's what's going on here. Because you take pus and mucus out of the equation, and you're not having no Thanksgiving Day parade. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. It's like this is just, you don't have the stimulant to want to do that. You create an entirely different culture, entirely different civilization with a different mind for art, a different kind of clarity. And so, yeah, that's what, the seed oils. That's the new, there's always a fad. You could actually do a study. That'd be a good paper for somebody to write. Do a study of all of the scapegoat things that people try to blame disease on over the years. It's always something new. Over the past 30, 40, 50 years, it's always been something. And right now we're in the seed oil phase. You know, we're in that phase, and we kind of came out, and there's the glyphosate is involved, but we're kind of really deep into the seed oil and the oils phase, and it's always something besides pus and mucus forming foods. We're trying to simplify, make it very simple. The foundation of all human illness is the eating of pus and mucus forming foods. We just solved it right now. Well, Arnold Ehret did already. And there's other people through history that would talk about things on this, that a lot of their stuff couldn't survive. But then Professor Arnold Ehret came along and made it really simple. Pus and mucus forming foods is the foundation of human illness. Period. End of story. Full stop. Yeah, but what about? No, there is no buts. There's no what about. There's no what about my omega-3 fatty acids and my protein and my good fats and my bad fats and my good bacteria and my bad bacteria and my whatever. My B12, where you get your B12, where you get that? No. The foundation of human illness and all human suffering can be tied back to pus and mucus eating. And then some people, well, what about emotional and mental illness? What are they eating? Are they eating fruits and green leafy vegetables that they have done so for a long period of time when they go on a murderous rampage? Is P. Diddy a fruitarian? Has he been eating nothing but fruit for the past 40 years? I think not. So we've already solved it. It's done. It's solved already. There's, like, well, what about, like, no, it's over. We solved it. So the problem then becomes the addiction. Because when most people are trying to find excuses to continue to worship and love pus and mucus eating, it's because they're addicted to it. And they haven't yet really been able to let go and get into the transition diet, deal with the transition. You don't have to do this overnight. Nobody over here has ever said you need to stop eating all mucus-forming foods immediately. That's not, y'all know, that's not even close. But you do have to surrender and go through the process of acceptance to understand that pus and mucus forming foods is the bane of our existence. It is the thing that killed our ancestors, killed our parents, will kill our parents, and will kill you and me if we don't get it together. How long can you extend your life? People say, oh, you only live once. You're not having any fun. They equate poisoning themselves with some kind of rational way of life. That this is, well, everybody does it. This is what you do. No, it's what you do if you want to be in pain. If you want to suffer at the end of your life, that's what you do. That's what you do. Looking up, Google I used to be able to really find good photos. Google has sanitized their stuff so much, but I was looking for Thanksgiving at nursing homes. What if you changed how you eat now and you could avoid ever putting yourself in a position where you might have to go be in a place like the nursing home? Now, I have a long history of visiting family members in nursing homes, and some are not very good, not very nice. But this is the system that they've created. As Brother Air says, they have a place for you. They have a place for you, and they have a plate for you. So I'm pretty sure organic fruits and green leafy vegetables and fresh juice, pretty sure that's not on the menu. That's not really a high priority. I'm actually really sure because of the time that I've spent at the places. So what if you could slow down the aging process and take yourself out of this type of equation? Wouldn't it be worth it? Would it not be worth it to give this a try? Clean your colon out and see how you feel. Clean your intestines out, see how you feel. Get the residues of old drugs and nasty toxic waste out of your body and see how you feel. Like the song says, would you like to swing on a star, carry moonbeams home in a jar, be better off than you are? Or would you rather be in a nursing home eating pig? See, this is the war to me. This is what you fight for. And you don't fight by shooting people and harming other people. You fight with enema bags that don't split. Cleanliness. Cleanliness is next to what? The cliche, godliness. But why aren't there more people talking about cleanliness? What does it take for cleanliness to actually become cool? For cleanliness to be the thing that everybody is really interested in? Like, yeah, how can I be cleaner? Because we're still in the era of the filthiest get the most recognition. The filthiest get the most money. They get the most positions of power. The filthier you are, you win. Our good friend Joey Chestnut, and he can eat 70 hot dogs in a single bound. He is praised, put on a pedestal. And he hasn't died yet. So the filthier you are, the better your body is going to be able to tolerate pus and mucus forming foods. So when you watch these television shows where they have people stuffing their self with all manner of disease crap, that's not an expression of, they get like, oh, patted on the back. Wow, this person can eat so much food and they don't gain a pound. I wish I could do that. But if you only had an idea, if you knew what was happening inside their body, what they could be doing to potential progeny, their future children, you wouldn't be patting that person on the back saying, good job, you ate that big, the 10-pound burger challenge. You ate it. Did such a good job. No. But that's what's hip. So what does it take for cleanliness to become hip? For cleanliness to become the thing that the teenagers do that piss off the parents, or the teenager come in and he's going like, you're like, what you doing there, son? It's like, man, I'm about to go do my enema, and we're like, that's unhealthy, and that's why are you doing that? Why don't you go out to the club like normal children? Go to the parties like normal children. Like, no, Dad, I'm going to do my enema. Why don't you come to the table, son, and put up a seat? We have some beef brisket cooking. Your mother worked all day. I don't know. Like, I'm not eating that, Dad. See, that was where we are going. That's where we need to go. Because there is a phenomenon and there is an energy with young people. And you get that teenage, late teenage, 16, 17 through 20, the age 28, like that little period of time. There is a revolutionary fervor that can come to the surface. And that's what I'm looking forward to. I want to see all the little TikTok kids, they're, they got this, like, yeah, I'm about to do this enema, I'm going over here. It's like, man, I made this juice and I did this and that, It's like where that's the cool thing. Because right now the mukbangs are the cool thing. Who can eat the weirdest and the most stuff? And in the process, you rapidly age yourself, like total insanity. JJ asks if I heard of raw Marabi. No, I haven't. You'll have to let me know what that person is, who they are, what's going raw Marabi. I don't know that one. The delusion. People are victims of the delusion that pus and mucus eating is needed to get your nutrition, that you need to eat the very foods that are killing you. You know what we call that? That's what we call a paradox, ladies and gentlemen. And you know what? Professor Arnold Ehret solved that paradox 120 years ago. That indeed there is no paradox, because you do not have to eat foods that create disease to survive. You actually don't have to do that. But they have created such delusion, such misinformation, fake news, fake nutrition, all of these theories that just lead people down these weird rabbit holes. And It's like, well, if I get these supplements and let me take this and I got to get this shot and then I'll go eat this raw beef and, eat the raw liver and go over here. And, it's like round and round the mulberry bush. Then some serious elimination happens. Go to the doctor. The doctor's like, oh, you have such and such. Let's take your blood. Let's do some blood work. Let's see. Okay, this is what's happening. Here's your options. We can give you these drugs and do this procedure. Or actually, this is your only option. Take these drugs and do this procedure. Okay, doc. Side effects. And you go right back to the doctor. Rinse and repeat. This medical cycle of ignorance, as opposed to taking control and learning how to control what you put in your body, learning how to detox, eliminate the gunk and the poisons from your system, and then live a life of perpetual gunk elimination. That's ultimately what we're doing. After the beginning, those early stages of practicing the mucus diet, that's where you're getting out a lot of the old, rancid, nasty, scary mess. But then eventually, you're eating in a way that supports what the body is designed to do, which is eliminate waste. Eliminate waste. Everything, you start observing the body, everything that's happening is there to eliminate waste. With every breath, you are eliminating waste. You are giving your body what it needs to clean the blood and help eliminate waste. You wake up and you get your eyes are crusty or your skin is peeling off or has some kind of rash or elimination or all of these things. You start, wake up and you're blowing your nose and it's elimination. Your body is designed to do that. Wake up and your tongue is all mucusy and it's like, oh my God, what's going on? It's elimination. And I can say it does take years for most people to clean deep enough and long enough to get to the point where your tongue isn't mucusy. So that magic mirror, you look at your tongue and it's not slathered in mucus. And that's normal. That's a normal tongue. But most people, and those of you that read the Mucus Diet Healing System, you already know this. You know what I'm talking about. The so-called magic mirror tongue. When you are absolutely constipated from head to toe, your tongue secretes all kinds of nice mucus for you. But as you start to really, truly clean your tissue system, that mucus starts to go away. And that's the change of your physiology that we always talk about. It's about transformation of your physiology. And that's what it's all about. Clean blood, cleaning up your blood. With every breath you take, you clean your blood. But if you're eating poisonous foods at a faster rate that allows your body to decay and age quicker than your breath can clean it out of you, then you are going to age. You are going to start to have problems and the acids start building up in your system and burning you from the inside out. We got a solution. People don't like it. A lot of people don't like our solution. Sorry. Sorry that you don't like a formula that can help you add 10, 20, 30 years of quality life to your life. I'm sorry that you don't like the answer. But it is what it is. The answer is not going to change. Fruits and green leafy vegetables. Transitioning your body to a point where it gets easier. It gets easier and easier to eat mucus-free. It gets easier to fast. It might get hard before it gets easier. Or you can live in the delusion. You can live in the delusion of the Humane Slaughter Association. I mean, somebody drew up papers with a straight face and put a constitution together. The Humane Slaughter Association. Turkeys are very strong birds with powerful legs. To handle a turkey, let's teach the children how to handle the turkey properly so that we can slaughter it humanely. The quicker that you can see the absurdity of this pus and mucus-based reality, the sooner you get to some semblance of freedom, or to at least understand the kind of slavery that we're involved in. Because unfortunately, the majority of people don't know that they're slaves, don't know that they're not free. And as I've said, which is my quote, you eat like a slave, you die like what? A slave. So we can be real humane, hold the turkey ever so gingerly, hold it with the respect and the love that is humane, so that when it's time to take a knife and cut into it, you will have humanely held the animal. Remember, always handle birds with care and consideration. Namaste. This is so silly, man. This is just a silly timeline in history. It's not the worst timeline that it could potentially be, but man, it's pretty darn close. This thing is so ridiculous. Absolute insanity. Humane Slaughter Association. Humane Slaughter Society. They probably got a whole line of these. Humane Slaughter. Here's an oldie but a goodie. This is this meme is probably 10 years old. Through the carnivore diet accepted by humans during the past centuries came the lowest physical form of living for humankind, always actually killing and eating their co-creatures. So for all the carnivore people, for all the folks that say you got to eat dead animal flesh to live and you're going to be deficient and you're going to die, I've been eating this way for 22 years. And let me see. Yep. I'm still here. Just wanted to check real quick. Psychopath. That's what this is. The face of a psychopath. That psychopath glare. There's a glare that psychopaths have. This glare. There's nothing behind it. There's nothing there. But again, they've tried to create this delusional society to make this look like it's acceptable. That these are loving people. You think that game? They call it a game hunting. There's no game. You got a gun. If you want to run around trying to chase a turkey or a chicken, and then if you can grab it and sink your teeth into its neck, I don't advise it. I don't advocate it. But I'm saying at least that'd be closer to a game than a gun. and you shooting this just defenseless animal that's just don't know what the heck you are or what's going on. It's just walking around. You gonna like, oh, look, I'm proud. I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I can shoot turkeys, and I won't forget the turkeys that died, so I could rape them all, and I gladly rape the turkey right in its. All right, it's absurd. Absolute absurdity. And I bring this to you to help remind you that you are not crazy. You are not the weird one. Your friends and family and folks in society might try to make you feel as if you are the strange one. That's weird. What's that weird diet? What's that thing? What do you eat again? What do you eat? What's the fruit? You don't eat this? You don't eat these Doritos, huh? You want a Dorito? You don't eat Skittles? You want one? And people always say they do it. So you don't eat. They ask you don't eat this, and immediately before you can say anything, they're putting it in your face. Like, well, you want some? You don't eat this, do you? Do you want some? I mean, why don't you let me answer the first question? First of all, you already know the answer to that question. But that's the thing. This is like the pus and mucus cult. Like, these Skittles, you sure? I got a Snickers bar. I got some leftover Halloween candy from a month. It was this less than a month ago. We had the first phase of the gluttony. Send the children out to go get high fructose corn syrup and cow piss laden milk chocolate. So less than a month, and we're here, where it's turkey time. Then less than a month again, what happens? We got winter solstice celebrations. Then a week and a half later, or less than a week or whatever later, well, it's a new year. We gotta celebrate that. Insane. You are not the one that is weird. You are not the one that has problems. You are the solution to this problem. This is a problem. Humans who are supposed to be the crown of creation have abdicated the throne so that they can be good little obedient psychopaths. Time to turn that around. The tragedy of nutrition is all about that drama. The drama of living out the paradox. Saying you have to eat this. You need to eat this certain way. Our parents and grandparents, everybody eats this way. This is how we're supposed to eat. It's tradition. Yet it's also tradition to die from eating that way. To die from those foods. The Neanderthals didn't make it. I'm sick and tired of these so-called carnivore people and all the trying to make their case. It's like, oh, well, this was, we got Neanderthal blood. Well, first of all, not everybody's got Neanderthal blood. If you're blessed to have sub-Saharan African blood, chances are you don't have Neanderthal blood. That'd be nice. Wish I could be in that category. I probably got some good old Neanderthal up in me that I'm trying to clean out. I don't want it. It's like, it's not something to be celebrated. But that's what they think that way. Oh, this is carnivore. We're going to eat nothing but it's like dead animal and all and fats and butter and all this kind of stuff. It's okay. Okay, good luck. It's like, oh, I feel amazing. Oh man, I tried that whole plant-based, that vegan stuff. I mean, I did that for a while, but man, I started eating this raw meat. Woo, buddy, I feel better than I've ever felt before in my life. A couple weeks later, well, my bowel movements are starting to smell pretty bad, but I feel good. A couple weeks later, it's like, oh, I'm starting to, get a little constipated, or, things I don't really feel as good as I felt right away. A couple weeks later, there's an Instagram. What is that? It's like carnivore. What is that? Carnivore. See if it comes up. Carnivore cringe. Because I give a shout out to Carnivore cringe. Let's look at. Saw this post today. World Carnivore Tribe. So in these groups, and some of us have spied every now and again, we'll see some of these groups and people will get into that, like, oh man, I'm feeling so good, but then I got this weird rash and my skin something's happening. Is this oxalate dumping? Carnivore week 2, lots of fatty steak and eggs and butter, and I've been having water and salt a lot. Okay. Skin problems, help. World Carnivore Tribe. Hello, all carnivores. I've been on the carnivore diet for 5 years. The last 2 years, only animal foods, basically red meat, pork belly, bacon, eggs, cheese, Greek yogurt, salt and water. But in the last few weeks, I've started having some skin problems. I've already cut out eggs for the last few weeks, but today I started the Lion's diet: water, salt, butter, and red meat. God, they just keep making up stupid stuff. The Lion's diet. I do strength training, really heavy, but I have always trained hard. Yes, it gets worse when I train. It doesn't itch. My skin doesn't feel hot. I already take Allegra. If I had the audio hooked up, I'd hit the button so I get the Price is Right losing horn. Allegra. Well, he's getting all detailed, but didn't see any better. So he thought, so Allegra was what I took for about 10, 12 years of my life as a young person before practicing the Mucus diet. And a side effect of Allegra that I had to deal with was nosebleeds. I get nosebleeds almost every day, at least every other day. And that's not particularly cool when you're in school and you're trying to be like, everybody at school, you want to be cool. Then all of a sudden, blood just starts coming out of your nose. Like, you sitting up here being cool, you might see a girl that you're like, man, I want to holler at her. Like, hey, what's going on? Blood starts coming out of your nose. They'd be like, oh, hey, how you doing? Yeah, those jeans look really good on you. Yeah, it's like, oh, no, I'm okay. The blood soaked, all coming down. Like, oh yeah, I'm good. Yeah. But that's cute though. I like that's cute. There's some cute jeans. I like them jeans. Photos were taken today after a lift, 370 pounds. Any idea or help will be great. Thanks, everyone. Be strong. Be healthy. Be better. I know this is low-hanging fruit. No, it's not fruit. Low-hanging pus. So that's called scurvy. Folks. Carnivore diet for beginners. Man, this thing is taking off, isn't it? Boy, everybody, let's get into this. Joe Rogan, oh, he heard about it. We went from keto, now carnivore. We're here. And there's a lineage. You can always trace the lineage. We got in the 90s, the Atkins diet. Then we got into the paleo diet, then the keto diet. Now we're in the carnivore phase of this wonderful evolution. I'm really hoping someone can advise me. I have been on the carnivore diet for about a year now. About 5 months ago, I started seeing that I have yellow colored pockets on my eyelids. Only today, I found out that they are called whatever that is. So I Googled that. Apparently, it's because I have high cholesterol. Is this true? And what do I do about it? Do I stop the carnivore way of eating? My carnivore girl, 4 days post open heart surgery. Wow. Carnivore diet way of eating, beginners to pro. What? Carnivore day 106. Still sick. Iron deficiency. What? Iron deficient? But you're eating dead animal with all the iron, blood, and guts in there. I thought you were supposed to have extra iron because you're eating extra dead. MS symptoms, moon therapy, moon theory. I didn't even heard. I don't know what that. I didn't even heard of that. I mean, tell me in the chat, what is moon theory? What are we doing? What's going on? Diarrhea.
Do not trust my butthole. I've had rocketing diarrhea.
I have eaten nothing but meat produce and eggs for a month, for 30 days basically. I've had a few problems, such as in myself.
I would run to the bathroom and have very loose, watery stools, and that was definitely diarrhea. Lots of diarrhea, and sometimes it was quite explosive diarrhea.
I'm here on day 4 sharing my carnivore diet results. Yeah, the diarrhea is here.
March 1st, everything was perfectly fine. March 2nd, the diarrhea hit.
Day 7 on the carnivore diet. Today I want to talk about diarrhea because, quite frankly, that's what I'm experiencing right now.
I'll tell you one thing, I do not trust my butthole. I've had rocketing diarrhea.
I have eaten nothing.
Yeah. So, and people would try to say, well, when I started practicing the diet, look, you got to clean all of that out. So it might not be tidy when you start cleaning all of that out. But once that's out of there, all this stuff they talking about, like I don't relate to that at all. Like it's like diarrhea. Like I don't got no. What? You know, bag this stuff. I don't got that. I've been eating fruits and vegetables. Majority of my diet is fruits and green leafy vegetables. I have a little mucus here and there as part of the transition. I've never had that elimination. I've just knock on wood. I don't know. I could wake up tomorrow. Elimination is deep. I could wake up tomorrow and my whole eye is yellow, but it hadn't happened yet. Carnivore for 6 months, keto for a lot longer. Have been noticing this chicken skin around my eyes. See, I'm learning a lot just doing this here with you. It's chicken skin. So we got a name for it. I like chicken. I don't want to say that. I'm gonna just chicken skin. That's good. That's appropriate. Carnivore diet almost killed Sarah. Oh no. This is about half the hair I lose at night when I wash my hair. The other half goes down the drain. When does the hair loss stop? See, these choices that we make about what you choose to put into your body, what you choose to eat, is important. It's important. Do I have to tell you that? Do I have to say it's important? Choose wisely. I see there is an explosion in beef tallow skin products, but not a one recommendation for the single most biologically appropriate nourishment for the skin biome that is loaded with unadulterated cell regenerated linoleic acid, unprocessed bioavailable collagen, active stem cells, and fat soluble nutrients. Raw, 100% grass-fed and finished bone marrow. By the way, I just turned 40 years old and I'm outside every single day of the year. I never wear sunscreen, never wear hats, and never wear sunglasses. You got to get that marrow. Get that bone marrow. Get that on in there. What is this? Get you ready with some electrolytes. Get the electrolytes. Absolute insanity. Absolute insanity. Yes, it's always yes. It's important. It's important. We got to get ourselves together. You are what you eat. Exactly. Exactly. Does anybody have any ThanksKilling stories that you'd like to tell in the chat? Have you been able to navigate? How has the navigation been? Trying to deal with, any of you had to deal with any kind of family challenges or loved ones? That's significant others. Sometimes they want their meal. Even if this gets hit with the copyright, I gotta play I gotta play this clip from what we were talking about earlier. Maybe I won't do the.
But it's big enough to get your hand right up inside it.
This is from Scary Movie 2.
Stuff the shit out of it. I cook it with all the giblets, the penises and the ginies. And now a lot of people like to baste their turkeys, but I use this. I lick like that and get into the little hiney hole.
He said hiney hole.
That's nice and good. I don't know what the hell that is, but I lick it anyway. Up and down. And then I like to stick that right on there. And I got one of these. Gonna pull that off and bam! That just kicks it up there. I think that's almost ready now. And then we bring it to the table. Good. All right. Who's ready for a wing?
Yours are the turkeys.
Because that's actually, I mean, this is what when people talking to me about, you go to the store and folks are like, happy Thanksgiving, like have a happy Thanksgiving, happy Thanksgiving. This is what pops into my head. That's what, as soon as I say that, this is what I think of when people talking about their happy ThanksKilling, the tradition of rape, the rape tradition. He said, hiney ho. See, JJ says, I tell my family about the diet and they say I'm crazy. My mom says I'm too light. And you know, we always focused on the transition diet. And you're going to go through ups and downs of the weight. We don't even focus on the weight. You know, we're focusing on the cleanliness. Of course, they don't understand that. They are in the world of the turkey rape. Like that's normal. We say bizarro world where everything is opposite. Like it's opposite day. Absolute bizarro opposite. Where wrong is right, right is wrong. So how do you detox and eat right? Well, first you gotta get to this. You gotta get to that enema. Clean out the colon, clean out the abominations of years and years of uneliminated fecal matter and acidic waste that has to go. That has to be cleansed out of the body. Then when you start to eat the fruits and the vegetables, they can actually help clean you out. But when people that they're all weird about, it's unnatural, we don't want to do the enema, that's right. And then they start trying to eat a bunch of fruit, and then they wonder why they feel horrible or they get sick and they're just out of it. You got to clean the colon out because you got all that uneliminated crap that's all up in you. And then, you know, you want to, I'm eating fruit and I'm going 100% raw. And then it ends up ending really badly because got to clean that self out. But then get on the transition diet. This is the book. Mucus' Diet Healing System, annotated, revised, and edited by yours truly. Mucus' Diet, whether you get this version or another version, just get the book and read the transition diet sections and really study those. Really study the transition diet lessons. Because so many people claim to read the book, but then you start talking transition diet with them and it's like they're clueless. They have no clue what you're even talking about. Because they're like, well, you eat. They'll be surprised at something you're eating. You'll be like, well, I thought you're eating. Well, that's mucus-forming. It's like, I'm on the transition diet. It's a system that includes eating in a way that gradually gets less and less mucus-forming, incorporating fasting, incorporating the enemas, sunbathing, all of these great tools that we have, and slowly transitioning and transforming our physiology over time permanently. You want the permanent transformation. When you transition properly, you get to a point where you are unable to go back. If you transition properly, there is no falling off the wagon into a carnivore experiment. Like I'm on my carnivore journey. Everybody's on a journey right now, right? They're on their journey. I'm in my carnivore journey, and I did my plant-based journey, and I love my carnivore journey. I love it. You know, it's I'm on my acidosis and constipation journey. It's my journey of supreme constipation and acidosis. It's my body, my choice. I will be as constipated and acidic as I want to be because it's my choice and it's my journey. We are in a really sick, sad, low testosterone. Everybody's talking about testosterone these days. That's the catch thing, the low testosterone. We're in this low testosterone era of where where people are on their journeys. They're on their I'm on my low testosterone journey. And then the same guys that try to turn around and talk about folks that don't eat dead animals, like, oh, if you're, it's like, nah, you did it wrong. If you are weak and debilitated and all that kind of stuff, that's not my journey. It's like, now you had to pay reparations, so you might have to go through a period of time where you don't feel that great, where you're going through massive eliminations, where the chickens are literally coming home to roost, and you're going to go through it. You're going to go through some falls. You're going to go through some healing crisis. You're going to go through the pain and suffering that you deserve, that's in alignment with whatever it is that you did wrong against nature. You're going to have to go through that suffering. But you don't have to do it all at once. You use the mucus diet healing system and the transitional methodology the right way. You can go through whatever cleansing you need to do. You can go through that gradually. Because what happens to some people when they, out of nowhere, they're like, I'm going to be 100% raw, eat nothing but fruit, and I'm going to be 100% mucus-free. And they bring upon themselves all of their physiological karma at once. Just hits them. And they can't even get out of bed. Then they blame the plant-based diet or the vegan diet or the mucusless diet. They blame the fruit. I didn't get enough protein. I couldn't get out of bed. Instead of understanding the connection, there's a huge disconnect in understanding the temporary suffering that you got to play out and get over to get to this physiological liberation, so that you don't have to go through that suffering later in life. Study people in hospitals and nursing homes. The suffering that happens in the past, in those last 10 years, those last 20 years. What if you could get that handled and go through that elimination in the first 10 or 20 years of practicing the diet? You actually slowly process and go through those eliminations that you would have went through when you were, and if you made it to your 70s and your 80s. What if you could actually go through that now in a controlled manner, in a way that doesn't leave you bedridden, that doesn't leave you in a wheelchair? What if you could actually take your body through that process of elimination now to remove what Eric calls latent diseases? You have acute disease, the stuff that's most people are concerned about. Got a skin problem or got runny nose, I'm fatigued and got my gas and bloating, and a lot of that stuff is kind of acute. Some of it can be chronic, but what I'm concerned about, or what I'm really interested in, is how can I eliminate the diseases that I would have experienced in my 50s, in my 60s, in my 70s. And I know I've eliminated a lot of stuff that I would have gone through, and there's more to go. But if you don't understand that, and you're not working toward that, then it's only going to get worse. And people want to bring up the examples of those handful. Again, pus and mucus death culture world likes to put on a pedestal the people that were able to be filthy and live the longest. They're put on a pedestal. So people want to bring, oh, well, George Burns, he was 100 years old and he smoked every day of his life. We want to put this filthiest on the pedestal. The sickest people are the ones that can do the most drugs, eat the most pus and mucus, and live longer than other pus and mucus and eaters and drug takers. So in a death culture world, in a pus and mucus world, they win. They're the winners. They won. I don't want to play that game. I have no interest in winning that game. Winning the who can eat the most, do the most drugs, have the most fun, and live the longest. Most people that play that game don't, the end of that isn't what they bargained for. They didn't quite think about that part. When they start getting the strokes and the heart attacks in their 60s, they start having problems in their 50s or even 40s. They didn't think about that part. They were wanting to be like whoever. Name your famous celebrity that likes to do drugs and eat all day. Or your favorite sports athlete and fighter, or this that eats pus and mucus with impunity. But then, and if you study some of these folks a little bit, study some of these folks and see how are they doing? How is their bodies if they were a fighter? Unless you get it together, or a football player, or whatever. How are they doing in their 50s and 60s? Are they great? Or are they in a lot of pain? The ones I know, and some famous ones that talk about their stories on their little podcasts and things, there's a lot of pain, a lot of surgeries, a lot of hip replacements in 40s, and all manner of problems. But there's such a disconnect and a misunderstanding that fitness and health are not the same thing. And so few people understand that. So they look at these athletes that might be fit, and they have a window of time where they have a certain level of fitness, while many of them eat pus and mucus with impunity. So that fitness doesn't keep them from the hospital bed. And there's a particular fighter that is even coming into my mind right now that he keeps getting sick. And he wins a lot, most of his fights, but a bunch of his fights he had to cancel because he's in the hospital going through something. So what's the value system? And I'm talking about this because we have to rethink the value system that's based in pus and mucus eating, where that's the whole value system is based on that. Where for me, I would rather pursue health, longevity, long-term health, and not be the person that can leap tall buildings in a single bound. I mean, I'll say I'm in better physical shape now than I was even 10 years ago or 15 years ago. Like the older I get, I'm able, but I'm not I'm not an athlete or, that's just not. What I want is function, fully functional body. I ain't trying to press nobody with nothing, no whatever. It's like, no, just I want to be functional way, way past where most of these fitness people, their functionality has a tendency to start to wane. There's a limit. I want to go way beyond that, where there are these like, oh, I can't, they're my knees and my hip and my this and that. And that is like, nah, okay. It's like, all right, I don't want to deal with that reality. Let's see. June has a story. Today was the worst Thanksgiving working in the nursing home out of my entire 13 years. Wow. So you had to work today. This is a hell of a day of work. Just that smell, that turkey. It's like, and I can imagine the turkey. Well, I don't even have to imagine. I can remember that the turkey smell, because that's a certain type of smell in the nursing home, because you got the really like cheap, super cheap turkey that might even be like microwave turkey and mashed potatoes and gravy, and then that smell melds with the feces smell. And they're in those rooms that have the urine soaked bed smells, and all that kind of comes together, and you get a nice ThanksKilling treat. That's just So you, June, you have the sympathy and the support of the community as you fighting a good fight. You're doing what you need to do out here in bizarre world, dealing with the absolute insanity. Just keeping people, man, they just don't get it, man. They do not have a clue, and you just have to watch it. Just watch these folks. Had to watch these folks. What's going on? Aline says there's no going back. no going back. Carnivorisms and all this moon therapy. Yeah, they just make up all kinds of stuff. They love making things up and selling new things. He said, how do you clean the colon? Right here, we got lemon juice and distilled water enemas. Look that up. You got that on Mucus-free Life on the website. You can find the lemon juice and distilled water enema. And I did promise everybody that I would talk a little bit about something that will be dropping very soon. So there's going to be a couple more days, but wait a minute here. Couple more days, but I would like to formally announce to all of you that are here right now that in just a couple days, we will be dropping, not that one. Where did I put the wrong? Hold on a second. Where is that? I put the wrong image. Okay. Give me a moment. This is the this is the image. I uploaded the wrong one. Professor Spira's Mucus-free Life membership. For many years, talked about creating our own membership program, and we finally have. And it's going to be dropping super very shortly. Now, if you want to make sure that you get in on the founders price to get the best deal that you could possibly get, what I want you to do today, if you haven't already done so, fill out this little survey it's going to give us some information as we build the program, because this is really about coming together with the community and being really serious and doing so in an affordable way. So, we've had this coaching program for a number of years, but it's not the cheapest thing in the world, because you can't do that. They have a quality program. But here with this membership, you're going to be able to come to Q&A sessions with me twice a month. We got accountability sessions Brady's going to be running twice a month. We got the whole program that's built out so that you can get actual support, ask questions, all of that for a very reasonable price. Just a little bit per month. Less than groceries for a few days. less than folks like to go out to eat. Take one of those, and that is the cost of the program for a month. So definitely, if you want to be contacted and be the first to be on our priority list, fill out that survey and put your email and your name, your information down in the box at the end, and you will be on our priority list. So we have a certain number of people that are going to get access to the lowest price. Once we hit that number, then the price is actually going to go up. And there's a certain number where we cap it. So it'll pay to be on the front end of that and to jump in right when we drop it. But yeah, we've been doing a lot of work. When I talk about doing this work behind the scenes, there's been a lot of work happening, research and development team, community development team. There's a lot of stuff that's really going on behind the scenes of people that are coming together to try and create a better world and a better life for ourselves, because nobody else is going to do it for us. We have to do it. We have to build this thing brick by brick. The new reality for new humans, the mucus-free world, whatever you want to call it, we have to build it. We can't wait on some government to clean itself up or a bunch of rich people to get the idea or something. Like, no, it's going to be us doing the hard work, building this thing together. And this is the next step, to have a space where we come together and we know everybody here is serious. We know that everybody here is on the same page and is trying to get themselves together. And those are the people that I want to invest my time in terms of the people that I want to be around. And that's just been and there's nothing new about that, because that's been my whole vibe for years practicing the mucus diet. Is I'm into communicating with and connecting with like-minded people that are interested in physiological liberation, that are interested in practicing the mucus diet. That hasn't changed. I've been hardcore about that for a very, very long time on practicing the mucus diet. And it's paid off, because that's who I'm dealing with. You know, I deal with people that practice the mucus diet healing system, that understand and see the vision, that understand that this is what's needed, that this is hard to do on your own. This is hard to do when you're not plugged in. And we see it, unfortunately. People unplug. Like, we're trying to build this thing, we get this momentum going, we got this, and then folks that know that they need to be plugged in, that know that it's a good thing that's happening, they unplug. For whatever reason. Sometimes it's a cleanliness issue, because there is a level of cleanliness that you have to have and maintain to stay plugged in, but that's what the membership is going to help with. Stay plugged in. And along with that, I'm going to show you. So we have, as a part of the membership, you'll gain access to our private platform. Now, I'm going to check here, because so these few little posts that I'm going to show you, I just want to show you a little bit of what this looks like. But I get permission, like I wouldn't show, because this is the private membership association. So I wouldn't just show this unless I had permission from the people. And the folks that are on the team, I assume y'all cool. But I'm going to just give you a quick little taste of, and maybe I'll show the leaderboard. I think most everybody on the leaderboards on the teams. So I'll do a little quick show. So here's what we've been building now: mucus-free social. And so up to now, most of the folks that have that are on here already grandfathered in to being on here or in the e-course or coaching program. But we have welcome, Brady does, shout out to Brady, his amazing job building this out and running the community over here. We got the welcome, we got the say hello section. We got Reese in here building things. He's building a brand new, like a big cutting board. It's this big custom cutting board. He's the resident. I mean, but this is what I'm talking about. This is the quality of the members of the community that you're going to be getting when you join, is instead of some type of whatever the TikTok dances and the Kim Kardashian and that, it's like there's quality work happening that's inspired by the practice of the Mucus diet healing system. It's like, where are you going to see that? Well, that's a hell of a cutting board right there. Damn, boy, you could sell that that's like a $500 cutting board if you were to buy that. I got a real nice cutting board that I had won in a raffle or something. It was like at an arts festival, and it was this custom made, and it cost like $200. If I had to actually buy it, it would have been like $250, and it was way smaller than this, and not as nice as this. So yeah, this is like, yeah, that's man, that'll be a thing. Be like putting in orders to Reese to build out custom cutting boards. And he's on his trip to Germany, talking about all the ins and outs of this was interesting. It was like whole sections of all kinds of different tomatoes and stuff. So we got folks worldwide reporting, talking about our transition meals. We got JC's always good for transition meals. We got infusions of all kinds of art, all kinds of stuff is happening in here. Got our success story section. 7-day easy mucus removal system, all kinds of stuff up in here. Just wanted to give you guys a little taste. Mucus-free social, our own platform, because the only reason that I'm on Facebook at all is to spread this information. Mucus diet healing system, promote. I'm not on there socializing. I'm just not. I'm not like, in the DMs and socializing. It's like, that's not happening on Facebook. I would not be on there if it wasn't for being able to expose the Mucus diet healing system to people that are on there. But the way the algorithm works now, it's like less and less. It's my stuff doesn't do well on Facebook anymore. I do a little better on Instagram, but even there, same thing. Like, I'm on social media as an evangelist of the Mucus diet healing system, as an educator of the Mucus diet. Like, just put this information out there. The more that it's put out there, the more it gets normalized. People start to, it's like they just hear, oh, mucus-free. It doesn't sound weird. It's weird anymore. So at first it's weird, mucus-free, but then you hear it again and again and again, and you see it. You see some funny videos and some disturbing content, or you just see these different things, and before you know it, most of those people get sick, or most people at some point they get sick. And my mission is, when people start blowing their nose and they're coughing up phlegm, I want them to see my face. I went down there and they're like, blowing her nose. And then I just want to be like, that damn Spira. I hate that Spira, but man, I'm about to read this book though. I got a Spira, but man, it's like, oh. It's like lesson 1. Every disease, no matter what name it is known by medical science, is constipation. A clogging up of the entire pipe system of the human body. Any special symptom is therefore merely an extraordinary local constipation by more accumulated mucus at this particular place. Special accumulation points are the tongue, the stomach, and particularly the entire digestive tract. This last is the real and deeper cause of bowel constipation. The average person has as much as 10 pounds of uneliminated feces in the bowels, continually poisoning the bloodstream in the entire system. Think of it. That's the first, and think of it, that's the first paragraph. We just solved disease, the foundation of human illness, in the first paragraph of a book that was written 120 years ago. Oh, it's getting blurry. Every disease, no matter what name it is known by medical science, is constipation. Full stop. Right there. We like all this. Well, I'm donating $1,000 this year to the Heart Society, the Cancer Society, Ronald McDonald House, all these. We already we found it. We found the cure, the so-called cure, human illness. It's right here. We got it already. But we can't be right. They do not want us to be right. Mucus and pus eaters of all walks of life. Vegans don't want us to be right. A lot of vegans don't want us to be right. There's some raw foodists that really don't want us to be right. They do not want us to be right. Transition diet, rational fasting methodologies. They do not want us to be right. But sooner or later, when there's enough mucus elimination happening, when the coughing and the phlegm and the inflammation, and he said, but I've been eating raw for 10 years and I've been this, and the chickens come home to roost and you don't understand what's going on. This book is there. It's there for you. It's waiting for you. It's waiting for you to be ready. Because a big part of this path is the wisdom piece of this path is about being humble. And if you don't come to this path humble, Mother Nature is going to humble you. So this book is like this is humble pie. This is, so some people don't like this. It's a book of humble pie, where some people have trouble. They really have trouble confronting and dealing with the wrong that they've done once they realize they didn't know it was wrong. And then they realize, like, oh, this is like, oops. I should, like, when you really realize it, when you really realize that we're not supposed to be eating and living this way, it's not it. We have work to do. I mean, what I recommend sometimes people do, just pick the book up, open it to any page, read a paragraph, and then meditate on that paragraph for the day. I'll just any random page. I'm on page 91, lesson 13. After this severe critique of all important dietetics, I must admit that I do not deny that all of them have and have done considerable good towards the development of the dietetic solution of the food problem and healing of diseases by diet. Confusion in dietetics is just what we were talking about earlier. Just doing it in a less eloquent way. It's more, but from the, how do you get your omegas? Where's your omegas come from? Your omega 12s, your fatty acids. You got to get those. You got to do that. It's like, well, I've been fasting for a couple. Well, what are you eating? I'm fasting. Well, you're eating something. Where's your protein at? What about your B12? What about that? We have been abused. The conditioning that we've undergone when it comes to nutrition is nothing less than abuse. And I don't use that word lightly because there's many of us that have had different kinds of abuse in our lives. But I'm saying the kind of brainwashing, the kind of conditioning that led to us believing in this protein theory and then connecting it to rationalizing eating McDonald's chicken nuggets because they have protein in them. That is nothing less than abuse. So when we talk to a lot of our family members and friends and family or just random person on the street, there is a little bit of empathy to be had, in my opinion. I'm empathetic because I know they're victims of abuse as I was, as we all were. If you grew up watching commercials where Tony the Tiger is telling you to get your calcium and protein from eating soggy mucus wheat and corn syrup, that they were able to frame that and make you believe that that was healthy because it's fortified with iron, it has extra calcium, it has things you need in it. That's child abuse. The entire industry creating you go to the store and people talk about these things, but it's good to analyze this stuff and to be aware. You go to a store and what do they have? They have all the stuff that they want to sell to children is at eye level to children. It's like right here. And it's all colorful. You go into the produce section, the produce isn't eye level to the children. Half the time, the produce way up here. But you go in the candy aisle, all your Snickers, your Skittles, all your candy is right there. Easy access to the child. 3 foot, 4 foot, they can grab it. Super colorful. That's child abuse from society that's based in ignorance of people that had been abused themselves. The abuse is transferred. So what we're saying is, let's stop the abuse. Stop it right here. Stop the child abuse. Stop the happy meal. The premature death meal. Stop it. It ends now. People got to be trained Don't go for it. See, this is part of the delusion, part of the abuse. Get your protein fix. As if there was anything remotely edible about anything at any McDonald's. Nothing edible, nothing worthy of human ingestion is sold at any McDoodles on this planet. But get your protein fix. And look at this. Get your protein fix. Addiction. Get your fix. Get your fix, your protein fix. But it's been normalized. That's the problem I have. The normalization. Where this should be on the outskirts of society. This should be like hey, you want, just like the way they do it, other drugs that have been banned, they'd be like, hey, come, what you want some smack or whatever, all the names change every 10 years of what people are doing. 15 high protein McDonald's orders. Woohoo! Here's what I was looking for. More than 55% of your daily protein needs and a higher level of many vitamins and minerals than the average Australian meal. Good on you. Yes, exactly. A lot of work to do. The best protein options. I mean, people who are well-meaning, who don't know any better, they think they're being responsible. They're being a responsible, trying to be healthy. It's like, what's the best protein options? Why are there fries on this? Like, what kind of, what, you getting something from the oil, the seed oils? Have you had your pus today? And they want to deal with all the young people dealing with colon cancer. Years old to increase. 20 to 34 incidents of colon cancer. Colon cancer, all you got to do is break it down. Just really, really think about that. What would happen if you were to take a baseball size of nasty, acidic, nasty pus and let that sit in your colon for decades? Do you think that the acidic nature of this toxic waste could maybe damage the cells in your colon and intestines? Maybe. It doesn't take a genius to put this together. Yet they are fervently looking for the cure. We're going to find a cure. Just give us more money. Give our organization more money, and we're going to find. We're close. We're going to find a cure. But we already know the cause. But they're in denial about the cause, and that's the problem. Don't be in denial. So what if just imagine all manner of acidic, uneliminated, unnatural food substances, acidic feces, just putting basic things together. Why does a baby get diaper rash? If you got feces that's acidic and you got like a little filthy baby that's been dealing with whatever the parents are giving the child, and that feces is what? If it just sits on bare skin, it starts to eat away at the skin. It starts to irritate the skin. So what in the world do you think this acidic stuff is doing to the inner lining of the colon and intestines? I mean, I shouldn't even have to say that. Like, I'm saying things now that I feel like every human being on this planet should already know. This, you don't have to go to school and study anything to put that together. Acid waste, you do it yourself. If you, these people that get their butt chock full of poop, people, that's acidic. They can firsthand, they can tell you, oh yeah, I don't know how to, I can't wipe well. I'm generally constipated. You get chock full of poop, and then you get like a rash, and it gets all, This does not require years at medical school of some kind of worthless nutrition certificate or something. This is common sense. If you have uneliminated, undigested fecal matter and it stays in the colon and intestines, over time, it's going to what? Get more and more fetid, more toxic. And sooner or later, it's going to start to irritate and affect the inner lining of the colon and intestines. What is so hard to understand about that? I just don't get it. What's so hard about understanding that? And people are so confused. There's a spike in colorectal cancer in young people. What's happening? What's going on? Maybe, just maybe, the ThanksKilling turkey, the uneliminated turkey meat that's contributing to the slime on your lining of your colon and intestines by the time it gets down there. Maybe that has something to do with it. Maybe those acids irritate the colon. Rising colon cancer rate in young adults. We have to do, this was from 2017, because the numbers are even crazier now. This is an old post. Let's see what Renee says. All right. Got to be up at 4 a.m. All right. Well, thanks for tuning in. Let me check the chat, see what's going on over here. Yeah. It's that time. It's that time of the year. Just just the ignorance Because my thing is, I want to get to a point where people, when they're eating disease-causing foods, they accept it. And there's some people like that. There's some people that know the foods they're eating are cancer-causing or heart attack-inducing or stroke-starting, but they do it anyway because that's their free will. That's their autonomy, as they think it is. So I'd rather that than this ignorance where people just have no clue what's going on. Where they're just like, oh, why don't I feel good? Because you're not going to feel good when you, like, you know, why would a tumor form? Is a tumor going to form eating fruits and green leafy vegetables for 20, 30 years? Or is a tumor going to be a result of acidosis, uneliminated, unnatural food substances? And then in cases of where the lining, if the poison gets into the lining, the intestines, you get the flare-ups. There's a lot of folks is dealing with that type of situation. And some of this stuff is not going to reverse overnight, not going to be a quick little, you know, we because we didn't put it there in a couple days. It's going to take a minute to heal this stuff and to deal with this stuff, but you can't have one foot in this side and one foot over there in that medical realm. Not medical advice. I'm just saying my friendly opinion is that you gotta choose. You gotta where you gonna go? You gonna go over there and deal with the acid therapy. We're gonna you burned yourself. We're gonna take more burn. We're gonna burn you more. That's the logic. Tragedy of nutrition. I did the controversial video when this young man passed away. He was young person with the colon cancer, so people were shocked. And he had a good physique, Black Panther. This stuff is not rocket science. This is 1 + 1 = 2. We got a choice to make. Here's another one. Here, people that this dude's only a couple years older than me. He didn't age super well. I never watched this show. This was Dawson's Creek. I didn't watch a show, but it was all over the place, the images of it. But now he's saying he's got some issues happening. And then the question, what was he eating? You eating burgers and fries or carnivore diet or keto or drinking urine or what you doing? What type of acidosis producing processes are happening? Now, if anybody knows this young man, get him a copy of the book. Because there's a chance. There's definitely, you got a shot, but a lot of work to do. Cheetos ice cream. What? Cheetos ice cream. Hold on. No. What is this a thing? Oh, you people are sick. Flaming hot Cheetos ice cream. surprisingly, wow. I mean, people, the one thing about pus and mucus based world in this modern era is people find very creative ways to poison themselves. You know, the so-called culinary artist that's more poison art, the poison arts, the art of poison. And they try to put a little of this, and we do that, and we can create such poison. But it's out of control on that side of things. Man, Cheetos. I never got into the flaming hot Cheetos. They were around when I was still eating the pus and the mucus, but I liked regular Cheetos. But still wasn't my favorite. I mean, the regular Cheetos. Then I liked all Dorito flavors that they had back then, the Cool Ranch and the cheese, nacho cheese. That's silly. Ugh. That is absolute silliness. But yeah, one thing I was going to do was look at the history. Yeah, Brady said, you're probably not going to eliminate well. No, probably not. I was going to do a quick walk down memory lane. So if you want more ThanksKilling joy, I do have a playlist of old, looks like only one of the videos has been deleted or gotten rid of. But yeah, started why
Greetings,
I don't
brothers and sisters.
celebrate Thanksgiving. This was almost 10 years ago. Why I fast on Thanksgiving. Then this is 11 years ago. So I guess I don't have these in order. But this was if y'all remember this. So this person, this Sarah Palin person, was a vice presidential candidate. And she did a photo op at a turkey slaughter facility, like an open air slaughterhouse spot. And right behind, they set the shot up right here, where literally right behind her, they're killing a turkey live on CNN, or not CNN, MSNBC, whatever. And this guy came, and he's even looking over at the camera like, "Are you serious? Like, this is what you really want to get this on camera?" So I guess they put them in so that their head goes through the bottom of this little thing, and then she's just got that psychopath thing happening where she's able to just. And it's so graphic, they have to cover it up. And this dude's just like, man, I can't believe this is on like, y'all really gonna put this on camera? What? And then she's just up here, it's just another day. And she's like, oh, this is fun. This is so fun. I love it. We've been consistent, ladies and gentlemen. There's something to be said for consistency. I've been talking about ThanksKilling longer than most people. A lot of people have been on their raw food journeys and their different whatever diet journeys. We've been very consistent dealing with this His was is Thanksgiving absurd? A mucus-free perspective. One of my favorite is the Black Friday episodes when we would look at I guess a lot of this, I don't know if this maybe since the COVID shutdowns, maybe there's not as many Black Friday deaths, but back then, before 2020, there was websites that had death counters for Black Friday. Hey, how many people are going to die and get trampled the day after ThanksKilling? So the day after gratitude and love and family and, bloated constipation, then either that night or that morning, we're going to go pile in and just act like a bunch of, act just like you ate. These people are acting just like they eat. This behavior is in perfect alignment with their diets. To run in here like some sheep and just to tackle people, trample people to get a flat screen TV. To the point where somebody could potentially die. People have died. And again, people would die every year. There would be a number, like 6, 7 people would get trampled per year. This is what it looks like when you eating that pus and mucus eating. And Earth Goddess 77, thank you so much for the super chat. Character jumping in the air, joyfully saying, yippee. Yeah. This was a good one. I mean, it's like a whole group of people that's just getting stepped on. That dude, he's limping away. This is just, again, you're not the weird one. You're not crazy. Just because you want to eat fruits, vegetables, rationally fast, do a few enemas, you're not crazy. This is crazy. You got grown men literally getting their ass whooped to the point where they're at a Target and they can't walk. I mean, that dude got messed up something fierce and then, yeah, boy, yeah, we coming in. Just dude, did a like a elbowing and it's just like this is what it is, man. This is what happens. Pus and mucus. Run, pus and mucus gone wild. Yeah, this was one of these. I think I couldn't show this one because this was really graphic. Dude was like bleeding out. This was at a Target or Walmart, and he literally had like cracked his skull or something, and he was just bleeding out. They had the police over there, people just standing around looking like, what happened? Pus and mucus happened. And y'all have normalized it. You think that this is a normal way to live, that this is how it's supposed to be. This was a couple years ago. Yeah, so we had the legacy, the ThanksKilling legacy. I don't know why this little Ray Charles playing bebop accidentally got on there. I had to take that off the list. He doesn't belong there. So, I definitely appreciate all of you being here. Thank you so much for all the support over the years. This it's not easy. It's not easy. It's hard enough practicing the mucusless diet, then you want to try to share it with people. And this is good news. We have good news, and that's why our heart can be in the right place where that initial desire, we want to go scream it from the rooftops and share it with all the friends and family and everything. But then you get that pushback, you get the resistance, you get people, you get that look like, oh, I'm concerned. I'm very concerned about you. I think this is very radical. thing that you're trying to do as they're eating some flaming hot Cheetos. It's tough. That's why over the years I've talked about the Plato's cave analogies and the matrix analogies, and all these things are apropos to what we experience. We experience the real version of that. And part of what we have to go through, part of what some of our emotional suffering ends up being, is to bear witness to the tragedy of nutrition. Because we're not going to be able to convince most of the people around us. We're not going to be able to convince them to change. You still, we talk about that. It's part of some of what we'll talk about in the membership, is effective ways to share the Mucus' diet healing system with family and friends, and ways to first make sure that your practice is in order, and allow other people to, they're going to see it. They see your change, see your glow up, as the kids say these days, I imagine. Glow up. They're going to see it. But you got to be careful on how you do share this information, because just like in Plato's cave, the folks that are enslaved don't know that they're enslaved. And if you try to rescue them the wrong way, they will try to take you out. They will fight to the death to hold on to their delusion. They are what we like to call happy slaves. They are happy. And I don't mean any disrespect, but there's happy slaves die of the same thing that happy masters die of. They're all eating pus and mucus. And that's what people don't understand when they start going down these rabbit holes of the conspiracy theories and, these people, and that's like, well, they're filthy. So whatever they're doing, we know it's bad. But the same thing that takes out the Rockefeller ditties and whoever presidents and prime ministers and health minister and all the same thing that takes them out is the same thing that takes out the folks that's on the street, that's the oppressed, so-called oppressed, the peasantry. Same thing, pus and mucus foods. That's why there's nothing more revolutionary than practicing the Mucus' diet healing system. This is the most revolutionary thing that you can do, because we do our best, but it's not the cool hip thing that like we'll make it as cool as we can get it, but it's not the whoever these, I don't even know, whatever the Drakes and I don't know, because I don't know any of the newer people, but those so-called influencers, what are, and break that down, the people that are given that type of shine in our modern era. It's hard to convince me that it's based on talent. When you start to break it down and analyze, what are they doing? They're promoting the Brazilian butt lift culture, the put on fake eyelashes and paint your face with all kinds of whatever, get injections all over your body and cut things up, and they've normalized that. Those are the people that are so-called influencers, that are influencing the masses. But you're not even put in that type of position unless you have the right amount of enslavement, so that that's the slave driver thing, where they take one of the slaves, give them a whip, and give them the idea, the illusion of power, and let that slave driver go to work. They'll keep you. You don't even have to work. You get you a good slave driver. Get you a good slave driver, and you can sit back, drink some lemonade, and just watch. All the work gets done. All the slaves get whipped into shape because nobody whoops a slave more thoroughly and with more emotion and intensity than the slave driver. But that's all I see when I see these celebrities. I just see slave drivers, people that are slaves that have been given a platform to influence the masses, to keep them dumb, deaf, and blind. Because as soon as you start talking, it's the one, and somebody, I'd seen a video where somebody had articulated this very well. Forget their name. But it's like the one thing in society that is actually illegal to do is to help lead people to real health. That is when they will really come down on you. You want to have a sex trafficking ring, have your own island where you groom children, fine. Do that. That's fine. Trying to inform people that a government mandated medical procedure might kill you and has a track record of killing people. But that's you're banned. You're canceled. Take your channel down. Take your video down. I was like, well, I'm not trafficking children. I'm not raping anybody. I'm not hurting anybody. I'm trying to share some information that might save somebody's life. No. That's the one thing that you can do that is against, really, that's like the only law that they have. It's the only thing that you can do to actually get on the wrong side of these psychopaths is to help wake somebody up to take their health into their own hands. I'm looking for things. I'm looking out there like, okay, so that is okay. They're allowed. They do that. They can. As soon as somebody comes talking just a little bit of something rational, and if they're really influential, I'm talking. They come after me, and I'm not. We got a handful of people around here, and it's we got our crew. But when you have a really influence on a lot of people, boy, they come right on at you. We see it. We have some of our friends that had their YouTube channels taken down, and I had my website hacked and malwared and attacked. It's when I started to. I had a post that exposed injury, medical procedure injuries, and that actually got a little bit of traction. We had something like 40 or 50,000 views, and I'd never had that many views on a post in a short period of time. And before I knew it, and what they do, just so in case if you know the game that they play, when they hack your stuff, they don't just hack and try to take your, mess around with things. If they hack your website and infuse it with links to compromising, they have bots that'll go and it'll all over your website. It'll put links to pornography websites and dark web things and all kinds of stuff. And if Google picks up on that stuff or any of the search engines, like, oh, wait a minute, you got this link? This is a blacklisted link and it's on your website, banned. Now you're You know, so that's a game. A lot of people don't know about that. That's a game that when they came after me and my site, that's what happened. They had infused my site with all kinds of I'm like, what the heck did y'all do? And I was shut down for a couple of days, and they had to clean it up. I had to pay money to get the stuff cleaned up. But that's what we're dealing with. That's being on the front lines of this war of physiological liberation. We had to say the word war. People are like, well, I'm a fight. And I'm just like, man, we have to fight. We have to stand up for ourselves. But we don't fight with our fists. We're not fighting with guns. Right here. There's no more potent weapon than the enema bag. Because there's nothing they can do with somebody that has a clear mind, basic vitality, knows how to control what they put in their body. It doesn't go along with their program. And as long as it's just a few of us there, it's fine. There can be a few of those type of people. But when it starts ramping up, you start getting more and more people that realize, man, I don't like this inflammation anymore. I don't like feeling this way. My feet don't feel good. I'm tired all the time. I'm fatigued all the time. What is it? Is it? Do I need to eat more meat? Do I need more? I'm getting the chicken skin in my eyes. Like, what's wrong? And once they realize and see that what's wrong is that they're eating wrong thing, and that we have tools, we have fasting practices and enema practices and sunbathing practices and a number of things that we can do to help our body purge the foundational cause of these ailments and these issues. People start finding out about that, then it's like, well, let me do that. Let me try that. It's always a can't have you empowering the people. I know that's what because that's like a pet peeve of mine. I really have a problem with censorship. I just really have a problem with censorship because I would rather somebody, I've had people say whatever they want to say. Oh, you N-word, man. You should die. We should kill. It's like what? It's like I don't agree, but I defend your right to say it. But when you start with the censorship piece, which just went nuts over the past 4 years, just never, it always was like lightweight over the past 10, 15 years, but man, just this last 4 or 5 years, it just whole different level. And I just really have a problem with it because the flow of information, my job is information. And when you start taking away the means of being able to transmit the information, now you're going against, now we start talking like fire and brimstone. Now you're going against God's law. Now, now you're messing with something that you don't understand or have no clue about. And we've seen that. Now, we've literally seen people. And I'm saying me and Brother Air, we have case study after case study of people who wronged us or got in our way that literally died like days later, weeks later. I'm not saying that it's direct connection. I'm not saying that it's not a direct connection. It's just because sometimes you just sit there like, man, this person was really, really, really mean and they really got in our way. And then you show up a week later and it's like, where's so-and-so at? Oh, they passed away last week. Really? What happened? They had a heart attack. Like, huh. because obstruction is always going to be eliminated. Get out the way. What's that? The song? Move, bitch. Get out the way. Hello. Don't get in our way. Now I'll get out of your way. Like all that, the train of pus and all that. I get out of the way of that and just let that do whatever it's going to do. Let the chaos happen in the war. Hope that they don't hit the nuke buttons and we don't, we can get out of this thing alive. That if they're going to kill each other, they do it far enough away from us. But don't get in our way. That's not a good idea, just from a cosmic perspective and a universe perspective. You don't want to get in the way of people that are trying, legitimately trying to do right, trying to do something that's in alignment with Mother Nature, trying to evolve the species. Homo sapiens, we're supposed to be Homo spiritus. We're supposed to, what do we need to do to evolve up? The only thing that's been happening is the de-evolution, the degeneration, eating themselves down into lower and lower animal forms. But those of us, like I said, I got the vision that we've had for years. Put together a place. Call it Arid Village or Arid Island or Arid whatever. Mucus-free nation. We start having our own places where no pus and mucus, that 5-mile radius. And that starts popping up, little pockets all around the world. That's the transition. That's Homo sapiens, the human species, trying to save itself. Because you got to understand what you represent. You represent an expression of humanity trying to save itself, trying to clean itself up, where things have gone awry, things have gone in the wrong direction for way too long. And we have come with just a little spark, just a little piece of the puzzle, enough to go in this direction. Be like, yeah, let's go over here. Let's see what this is all about. And so it's a blessing. It's for those of us that not only have been exposed to this information, but then are awake enough to benefit from it and to do it, to be awake enough to see the value in this work. That's a blessing. I'm thankful. I'm thankful. There, I said, I'm thankful for that. I'm thankful that I can be here to disrobe the pus-eating zombie class, the ThanksKilling class. I mean, right now, how many people right now all around the country are just like, just bloated, just laying there, just somewhere, just nap, or right now they're waking up from the nap and they got like drool coming all down and that, like, here's another tradition. Used to always look at the stupid Google turkey things. See, what's this say? Thanksgiving 2024. Today's annual doodle. Doodle celebrates Thanksgiving 2024. That's the doodle. How about this? This is also part of the tradition. Have to pay our respects to a great genocidal maniac. And this whole, I mean, I've talked about this in years past. Just I don't go through all the buffoonery. They just made all this up, man. This whole thing is just like, oh, the natives and the pilgrims, they came together and we shared a meal, and it was the dawn of a new era. And nah, man, these were murderous psychopaths that came on through. Whether you were the Spanish, the Pilgrims, the English, like the French, the Portuguese, I don't care. It was all about this domination. And I gotta find the yeah, I mean, these guys were just some sick psychopaths, but you could study history from that perspective of really looking at who's eating the worst. Is generally the people that eat the worst are the ones in the pus and mucus world, again, that are winning. We're winning. So in our society, it pays to be a psychopath. Because what is a psych? You throw that word around, we're talking about somebody that has the inability to feel emotion, the inability to feel empathy, that wouldn't even understand emotion and empathy if you tried to explain it to them. They're incapable of feeling that. But we live in a world where everybody's on that psychopathic little dial somewhere. We're on the spectrum because in order to live and to function in this society, you gotta be on that spectrum somewhere. As if you can't, some folks that are, I mean, there's too much information coming in, too much pain. You start feeling everybody's pain around you and the suffering of the world, and you can't filter that out. That's horrible. And I know there's some people like that. But yeah, just all the see the trail of tears, death toll. There was one that had I guess this is part of, is this what they want to take out of schools? They want to, I don't want to get into all that discussion, because it's like critical race theory is bad. It's like y'all don't even know what that means. So I say a moment of silence for Native peoples around the world that have been tortured, brutalized, murdered, genocided. Then you get that constipated person that comes and says, well, not all the natives were good people. They murdered, and it was like, nobody is going to be more murderous than you. You won. In a game of filth, you are the filthiest. You have been crowned king of the pus eaters. So good job. You helped almost eradicate an entire people, nations and nations of people. Good job. You pathetic, pus eating, filthy, nasty, stank psychopath. Good job. But if you want to be on the right side of history, of the new history, the dawning of a new era that's not soaked in blood and soaked in so much chaos and pain, then fruits and green leafy vegetables is the key. Cleaning up the body is the key. Cleaning up the mind, body, mind, and spirit. It's all got to come together. It's all got to come together. So what else is going on here in the chat? Let's see. Earth Goddess said, I used to be a nurse. These holidays bring in all the gastrointestinal cases up until about Valentine's Day. Yes, we got some source, somebody that was there. You were there. You know, we ain't just making this up. Sometimes people think we're just making stuff up. I'm like, no, like I go look at the statistics, talk to folks like yourself. It's all there. All the evidence is there. We got a lot of work to do. So yes, anybody have any more stories that you'd like to share? I said, it's what we've been talking about, the mucus diet healing system. You got to start with that clean, like no matter what the problem is, no matter what the situation is, I'd have to, just talking about mental illness in general, that's like a whole other discussion. We're gonna have to get into that. Could be that. In fact, that's the kind of thing that I would do a whole lecture on or a whole workshop on in the membership, because the stuff that I would have to get into would be beyond the bounds of what they would let me really talk about here on YouTube. Because we've tried to have some of them kind of conversations on here, and those videos get yanked immediately. But just to do the shameless plug, Professor Spira's Mucus-free Life membership, which is going to be dropping soon. One of the perks is every month, at least once a month, I'm going to do some type of workshop or some kind of presentation or something that would be the kind of thing that I can't do here on YouTube. And so that would be a good topic for me to do a presentation on, or just mental illness in general and different levels, because it's all the same. The foundation of all of it is the same. It's all constipation, but the way in which you eliminate that constipation and deal with that constipation, that's what takes the art of the mucus diet healing system, the art of transition, the art of rational fasting, where that comes into play. And then these are other things that we're working toward as a community, to have our own sanitariums, to have our own healing centers, our own places, retreats, or our own places where people can come and they can get the training, the healing, be transitioned properly, teach them how to transition themselves, fast them properly, teach them how to fast themselves, and to have a space. And we've talked about that for years, because there's only so much that we can do with the information. There's a lot that we can do, and there's a lot that needs to be done just sharing the information. But then the next level is to have those spaces, to have the place where we can go and bring people, especially when it's family members or loved ones and people that are starting to go through things. That would be a blessing to have a place where you could come, and it's a facility that has all the fruits and the vegetables that are needed, the equipment and the colonic machines and the enema bags, and to have a place where all that is there, the gardens and the sun, and these things that you need to heal, that medical world is clueless on. They're not giving you a prescription of okay, go do do 6 enemas a week and get 30 to 40 minutes of sun a day, or get 60 minutes of sun, get some sunbathing in. Be as naked as possible, get the sun. There's no consciousness to real healing in that sphere. It's not about healing. It's about drugs. Drugs and dependency. How many people can we get dependent on dangerous and poisonous drugs and convince them that they need this, that there's no other way, that this is just like the doctor told me. I'm supposed to be dead because I stopped using my CPAP unit for sleep apnea 22 years ago. And I literally had a doctor told me that if you stop using the CPAP unit, you could die in your sleep. Now, because we're wired to respect authority, and in our era, and I said years ago, doctors are like the modern day priests. If you study the history of Catholicism and the Catholic priest and the theocracy, I was like a prime minister. That was a real, that was a king and a queen. Those priests and cardinals, and the higher up you get, is all that kiss the ring type of lifestyle. Authority. Humans are wired that way, to just blindly respect authority. So doctor comes in as the new priest. You got to genuflect, avert your eyes. It's like the doctor, what's wrong with me, sir? I'm too unwashed to look you in the eye. If I could get any closer to the ground, I bow before you. I genuflect. I'm on my knees, asking for forgiveness. I haven't done anything wrong, but I still ask for forgiveness. And if you need me to lay on the ground and lick your boots, lick your shoes, I will do that, sir. I avert my eyes. I am your subject. That's what they've created. They've created slaves that are scared of their own shadow, that don't understand and that are too scared to take the commitment. That was one thing that came up in the surveys, where a lot of people were saying they were scared of the commitment, to commit to the Mucus diet healing system. I'm more like James Brown. I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees. That genuflection, that's the way people treat these doctors. Like there's like, you're at such this high level. So what should I do? What can I do, sir? Take here. Well, here's all these drugs. Take these, and let's see let's look at your insurance. Oh, you got really good insurance. Okay, so take these drugs. Then these are more expensive ones. Put that in there. Then you can afford these procedures. Do that. Everybody's happy. At least we are. We get paid. You think you're being helped. It's a win-win. It's abuse. It's slavery. It's sad, and it needs to end. Now, it's not gonna end right away, but we got to get educated ourselves. There's nothing stronger than a person that has educated themselves by way of experience. You can't tell that person anything. You can't tell somebody that has successfully done a substantial fast and healed themselves from something doing the fast, that like, oh, that's it's dangerous and this and that. And it's like, if you don't know what you're doing, anything's dangerous. You don't know what you're doing. But if you know and you learn how the body works, how healing works, why it works, then all of a sudden you're no longer cowering, licking the boot of the doctor. You're looking at these guys like, what the hell are y'all talking about? You mean to tell me you want me? Like, let me get this straight. You want me to put something in my body that has cells from an aborted fetus in it? It's hard to ask that question to a doctor when you're like this. Can I kiss your ring? It's damn hard when you put your health into somebody else's hands. Too many of us have seen loved ones die at the hands of these so-called experts. And we going through something right now. People act like nothing happened 4 years ago, 3 years ago. It's past 4 years. This psychopath named Fauci comes out talking about, oh, you need to do this and you need to do that. And what do people do? You saw that it was nothing more sickening to me to see musicians on the bandstand with face masks on. Musical establishments saying you can't come in here and play music unless you show us proof that you were an obedient slave and got your shot. I lost so much respect for humanity over the past 4 years. The slave class. Look back at footage of the past 4 years and some of these news shows and this kind of stuff, and tell me I'm wrong that you can't find somebody treating Fauci just like that. Fauci. What can I do? Booster? Okay. How 4 boosters? Okay. Well, then I got the shot and I got Bell's palsy. My whole side of my face is down and my heart hurts and I'm having heart palpitations. But if you think I should get another one, I will. Because I love you, Fauci. Just let me. Just what else can I do? Just give me as many boosters as I can. I just want to worship you. I just want to just slavery, all slavery. And no, I'm not happy. Because I know people and I have myself lost people because of that attitude and that ignorance. Take this poison that has aborted fetuses in it in all kinds of manner. And that's another video. I literally went through the ingredients. I had a whole video where we read the ingredients and tried to analyze what the ingredients were in this death serum. And it brought up a lot of questions. What the heck is this stuff? And why would you want me to put this in my body? Well, no, well, trust the science. Well, what science are you talking about? Because even if you believe in that world, they didn't test these death serums long enough. You were the test. Some people got placebo. Some people got the death hit. There's no way this video is going to stay on YouTube. This video is going to be, let's see if I have a channel. That I just was so sickened by these past 4 years. Has just been absolutely sickening to see people just so utterly ignorant, just genuflect and try to just. I mean, people tried to make it into this almost religious thing. It was this like avert your eyes and go get the jab. You're helping, like it just the whole thing, just a big pile of feces. Absolute insanity. And I encourage anybody to go visit my Instagram, which is prof.spira. Follow me if you haven't yet. But if you go to this compilation, the Wake Up compilation, this thing always takes a long time. But this, I just went through this the other day because it really goes through the history of the past 4 years, and that it bears witness to what's going on. Because the whole time I'm doing my job, which is to try to share information and to do some kind of warning sign.
The police department is using new technology to make that happen. And all you have to do is look up.
There's the audio.
Find it.
Pandemic drone. And when they started putting this stuff out, I was trying to tell people what was about to happen.
Places
folks were resisting. Because I'm like, no, you ain't read 1984, Brave New World, like nothing that doesn't ring a bell.
Distancing.
I mean, what's going on here? We got drones in the air that are forcing people to stay 6 feet apart. Cops that are sitting here watching this drone footage.
Now with everything that's going on,
and you think you're free?
Not looking for a way to do things differently.
Where at least I know I'm free.
A 3-month pilot program. They're using the technology.
How free you think you are? They come in and talking about, oh, you need to. They show up at your doorstep with a syringe in one hand and a gun in the other. And that did happen. And that was on my compilation on mucus-free-life.com. There's a couple instances of the gun and the syringe dynamic. They wanted to go to a gym, which is supposed to be about getting the blood flow, get the muscles going, and you need to breathe properly for that, right? Not 4 years ago. You had to wear a mask. Put on a mask while you're working out. Per Ohio State requirements, face coverings must be worn within the facility. We got to go over this again because I think some people forgot or some people didn't learn the lesson. Because when people start talking about freedom, you got to fight for freedom. Freedom ain't just given to you. They wanted to try to, they were on some pimp type of stuff to the point where they were trying to make it seem like that was your idea to go get the medical procedure. Like, oh, it's a good, this is a good 6 feet.
I need your help, family.
Face mask.
Tell me which one of these covers do you like best? We have 1,
you thought of that, right?
2,
yeah, good idea.
3.
That's what a pimp does.
Make you think a live stream analysis of this young man's transition, and I'd like to hear what you have to say.
We were talking about earlier. That's abuse. getting a person to do the thing that the pimp wants them to do without the pimp saying one word.
Try Glimmer. Because move your wrist. You can.
There's all these episodes, which I'm sure is probably not.
You out here reflecting, huh? Clearing your
This is
mind
just fun to
while you
watch.
fish.
Just fish. Just I can't
Get your goofy ass in the water.
Enjoy that. Enjoy that karma.
Purify yourself in the waters of Lake
What'd you do that for?
You was at peace when you was mooring that fish to his death, huh? Come here.
First person received the new vaccine.
Every disease known.
He said he feels great. Those were fun. Yeah, that's coming soon. It's time for me to get back to the fireside chat. Fireside chat is gonna make a return very soon. This was the Florida videos. Oh yeah, this is the real carnivores.
I'm clowning.
I just said I hope you're getting your daily
If you don't like
diarrhea.
there's all those carnivores talking about diarrhea. If you don't like to have
Diarrhea eating
like diarrhea as a condiment for your intestinal meat, then you're not a real carnivore. So all these carnivores, the lion diet, I bet that's not in the lion diet.
This
Is it? Somebody should ask. Go on one of those carnivore Facebook groups and ask them if I'm eating the lion diet, is it a requirement that I have a certain amount of diarrhea, of uneliminated fecal matter from
that's a condiment,
the animal if we're gonna
carnivore,
have a lion diet?
Diarrhea is a condiment.
Is if you're gonna eat like the lions, then you need to
require vaccination.
You need to do the lion thing. This was
Why is not be allowed if you don't have
they
all
were
your
on the
poison
radio just going all in on yes. If you don't get the shot,
insanity.
Then you're going to infect everybody. You're going to die. And this, I mean, it just this was a whole. We just really bared witness.
And
to
all the
something
musicianship
historic
we have in this country, and this is the best that you can
it's
do.
still being covered
Band
up. It's still not really being seen or talked about in that way.
Look at all this goofiness.
And then
all
this
face mask,
buffoonery,
all the constipation on patrol. Cops. Constipation on patrol.
Come in with
That's
our
what
masks.
this is.
Leaders of the
Constipation.
world.
Lose.
This is just so sickening. When your candidate wins, guess that's appropriate.
Why is it okay?
So yeah, we got work to do. A lot of work to do.
How it looks.
Want to get
in
rid of
the
these
human
guys?
colon. Experts in
wanna know
autopsy
how to
state they have found
kill
that
that
from
stuff,
60%
get rid
to
of all this
70% of
mucoid
the colons
plaque.
examined have foreign matters such as worms and decades-old feces stones. The inside walls of the over
You got questions? We gotta ask
by
you. You wanna
old,
clean this
hardened
stuff out of
feces
you?
and resemble
You
in
think you
appearance
don't have
the
this in
inside
you?
of a
That's
filthy
that black tar
stove
slime
pipe.
right here.
Colorectal cancer is now the leading
Colorectal
cause of cancer
leading
deaths
cause
in
of
men
cancer
under
deaths
the
in
age
men
of 50.
under 50
Would you like to
years
learn how to
old.
remove this stuff out of your colon, out of your body? Then come to my live training that is happening very soon. Click the link down below.
Yeah. Oh, this is Reese. Reese making a little bit of juice. Everybody go follow Reese. Reese Canova. JC's like, did they have a chance after the first 20 minutes? Yeah. we got all kinds of liberation. You know, so to me, that's why I get excited and happy about this information and sharing this, because it's good news. And you have to have somebody, it's like we got to pat each other on the back, because we start talking about this stuff out there, man, people act like, I mean, they just want to make this out to be the worst. Like if we are right, it would be the worst thing in the world for us to be right. It's just, couldn't be nothing worse than us actually being right about the stuff we talk about. Like, they really, really don't want that to happen. Sorry, because we are not wrong. And, you know, we might not have every little piece, but we have the first piece that everybody would need if you are serious about liberation and healing yourself, you know, physiological liberation. So I'm going to wrap it up here shortly. We'll see. I always say that, and then a half hour later, we actually wrap up at the 4 hour mark. But yeah, no, I just want to take a moment to really express my appreciation to everybody, and shout out to everybody on research and development team, community development team, Brady, amazing work, and Reese, JC, Monica. I haven't seen her in the chat where Monica and the girls, what they're up to. And Vadim, we're going to be doing a little presentation. It's time for us to do something here in a few weeks. And Zoe, Annie, and Miriam. I haven't seen Miriam on here. But everybody that's been just plugging in and really, really doing this work, just really trying to take things to the next level. And of course, brother Air, if he's still on here. And Khalif, appreciate you been coming to the meetups, and I'm gonna have to come check out the spot down there in the Mothership Connection. So I see a lot of good things are happening. There's a lot of really positive things, and good things. People that are going through the eliminations that they need to go through. That's a thing a lot of times folks don't understand. They, at first, as Eric points out, at first you might be a negative proposition. You might go through something, an elimination, something you don't feel really good. Then on the other side of that is boundless energy and feeling amazing, better than you'd ever felt before. But you got to practice the system. It's not an overnight thing. It's not something that you can just do and like, oh, we're going to just it's overnight, or I'm 100%, whatever. It's like, nah, really, if you take nothing else from me tonight, take the message that's all about the transition diet. People have tried to say that, people have tried to co-opt the word transition. It's like, nah, we've been talking about transition for 120 years. And then I've been talking about it 22 years, transition diet. But it's all about transition and learning how to use the system. Use the system strategically. Strategically combine your food. Strategically place your recipes in your meal. That's another thing you're going to love about Mucus-free membership. Professor Spira's Mucus-free membership, life membership, is we got a recipe archive. Come and get it. recipes, because that's been just something people have asked me for years and years. They want more recipes, more recipe videos, all this kind of stuff. And I have a few here and there, but I'm gonna do more, but that's not my favorite thing to do in the world. We got to put all these great recipes in one place. Monica has been doing a great job putting that creativity, getting some new recipes. I got a bunch of recipes that I've never really shared with a lot of people, or I've only shared with a couple people, and they really liked it, but then I never published it because that just never was my thing, to really get into all the recipe game. But that'll be the plug for Professor Spira's Mucus-free Life membership, where you will get access to the mucus-free recipe archive. And we're going to be continually putting new recipes into the archive. And so that is going to be a lot of fun. And I'm enjoying seeing all of the different recipes and foods, and people taking pictures of their food and posting it up in Mucus-free Social or on Instagram or Facebook. And I say, you all tag me if you're doing your food and it's within the realm of the transition diet in some way, shape, or form. Feel free to tag me. And if I end up sharing it on a story or something like that, then probably going to get good amount of views and clicks. So, but that's what I want to do. We create this engine for ourselves of where we share our stuff. You know, we like our stuff. It's like, I like our stuff is what we put together, what we make. And that's where I'm at. That's what I care about, is us, and trying to advance what we're trying to do. When somebody asked me, well, what political party are you a part of? I'm a part of the Eritist Party for Physiological Liberation. That's my political party. That's my politics. And if anything is getting in the way of physiological liberation, that is an obstruction. That's a problem. That's my politics. It's physiological liberation. And so if whatever people want to try to talk all these politics, and they want to try to get in these it must be deep discussions about, well, if we, do the tariffs and we add that, and then we ship these people back to there, and we do that, and we take the banned seed oils, and we take this, and they want to get into all this stuff. Doesn't matter if the colon is filled up with uneliminated acidic feces. Doesn't matter. None of that matters when the constipation is running rampant. But a politics of physiological liberation, it's not about, we're going to ban seed oils. And it's like, no, the whole thing needs to be shut down. There should be no such thing as a dairy industry. We don't need milk substitutes because we don't need milk that's not human milk when you're above the age of about 2 years old. So there's whole industries that just need to crumble, and they eventually will. But while we're here, we might be able to help it along a little bit. It's just like, help. That whole thing needs to go. There's dairy industry. That whole thing needs to be gone. Meat industry. That whole thing needs to be gone. But that's the work that we're doing. That's the politics. That's my politics. And you say, what's your politics? Like physiological liberation. Anything that gets in my way of pursuing physiological liberation is against my human rights. And that's the meetings that we were having when they were doing the forced medical procedure. I called it months before it happened. I said, watch out. They are going to try and coerce you to take their poison serum. Be prepared. Study. If you need to study some laws, if you need to study the Constitution or Universal Declaration of Human Rights or whatever it is you need to study, arm yourself and be ready to do whatever it is you need to do to defend your physiological freedom. So I'm not hearing nothing. You can't tell me nothing, Fauci, random doctor, family members. I have a couple family members wasn't too happy with me. Why don't you get your shot? We usually wouldn't say a whole lot about the diet or if there kinds of things, but that shot thing was they did such a good job infusing that into the psyche that I literally got some messages that I rarely have ever gotten over the past 22 years. I got a message about maybe you should consider. Maybe you should consider. But why is it that I think almost everybody that I know of in my family that ended up saying that they had a particular illness? I haven't even had an intense mucus elimination. It's been a long time. Like I can't, and I'm not scared of them. I invite them. If I'm gonna get sick, let's go. I'm on. It's like, let's go, because I'm ready to fast if that happens. Let's go. I got my enema bag ready. I'm always ready for some elimination to happen. But it hasn't in years. Yet everybody I know, with friends and family, or just people, just put like people I know that got the shot. Some of them got really, really sick. I haven't been sick like that in a long time. So make of that what you will. Coincidence? Maybe all of the mucus-free people I know, or people that practice a mucus diet, didn't get sick. It's like, we're all supposed to be dead according to Fauci and all of the propaganda machine. We ain't supposed to be here. That was just so sickening. So sickening. I'm gonna find. There's this one. When I saw this is when I knew things were getting out of hand.
The vaccine.
I mean, this took it to a whole different level.
Vaccine.
I was like, oh no, we're in Brave New World territory. We're past Brave New World. Then they had Google had that thing where if you told Google to play you a song, it had, I don't know where that's at, but it literally sang a song praising the vaccine. No, I said the word. So like I said, this video's gone. Praising the medical procedure, death serum, poison serum. Or is that better? Is it better for me to say poison serum? But the V word the bots find the V word and target it and be like, it's medical misinformation. This is not medical advice. This is observation. But this stuff was just so sickening. I'll find it. Oh yeah, here's some good ones. Trust the health experts. Fauci leading the way. These were all ministers of health, or maybe were thrown in I guess that's a mayor, but people that the society, I mean, that's how backward this thing is. Like that it's a joke, right? Like that, but it's a joke with consequences, because there's people are dead because of these people. Oh, that's allegedly. I said allegedly. Where's that? Oh, this was a good one. They try to force me to get the jab. Yeah, it was pretty much it. Yeah, see, we're getting to the portion now where, because see, the thought that I just had now, I can't show what I want to now go get. So this would be the part once we get the membership going, I'll be like, all right, closing down the live stream on YouTube. For those that are in the membership, come on over here, and we're gonna have our follow up. And this was so crazy. So this is at 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's what I grew up watching. That was the kind of children's programming. But then the program that they got, this is pure. When I talk about child abuse, this is a good example. If you do a deep dive of this channel, this is absolute abuse. So much mental warfare going on right in there. And this whole song, put on your mask, put on your M-A-S-K, put on your mask. This was, man, we have to look back and reflect and contemplate so that we can be better prepared the next time it happens, because it will happen again, but it's not going to happen the same exact way. So you got to be prepared. Vax that thing up. I said, the new happy slave anthem of the 2020s. It was like, man, this was just, they had you guys rapping. This video had millions and millions of views. You look good when you wear a face mask. They were trying to make face masks cool. Like, this is cool. This is cool. Being a slave is super cool. You heard? It's like it's cool to stick this thing in your baby's nose because we're keeping it safe. We're gonna test it. We got to normalize the baby mask. Put the mask on a baby. Here's that. I don't know if you can hear the audio because I can't hear it in my thing.
Hey Google, sing me a song.
Hey Google, sing a song. They said, let's celebrate that we have the V word to help us bring a change to this whole routine.
Build our immunities while taking care of our communities. Vaccines
they were singing
an important step
Vax
towards opening
carols.
up and shaking hands again and going somewhere we couldn't visit.
Unbelievable.
COVID, man, no time to talk. Vaccines out whenever you want. Come see us and reserve you one.
Well, I feel better. It's like, I'm ready to break my fast with some Cheetos ice cream. We got. I gotta show this one again. I said the begun the COVID war has. And this was back again because you gotta see, you gotta study the history, but you can do it like it's hundreds or thousands of years ago, but the same way that you would try to study that, like it's just a couple years ago. But you got to put that type of analysis and look at it like that. Like, don't look at it like it was that close. Like, look at it from a historical perspective, a really wide, see that the absolute insanity that we just went through, where they got whole guys in these stormtrooper suits going around just spraying down people's vehicles, and videos where they were spraying people down with who knows what type of toxic materials. And this was this was one of these where, oh man, that like I mean, they're like putting their hands on a young black man, talking about why don't have your mask and all this. Is like, woo, why you gotta touch? Don't touch me. Like, first of all, if you're so scared of germs and with your little slave self, you're gonna touch some, now, like, see, that's rough. That's a tough one. That's a tough one for me. If I had found myself in a situation like that, they might. I'm not a perfect man. Let's put it like that way. I have a limit. I'm not a pacifist, and don't touch me now. Don't do that. Oh, this was the party people. We're gonna. Talked about
so
like
easy. And this is a syringe.
I mean,
and a left arm, and I made
we're putting together party favor vaccine party favors.
Put little picks in it and work with
we
the
have
pick,
our
stabbed it right through.
And we're gonna
do
do
the meat of the
jello
arm
shots
where
the
all of your
syringe.
guests should have gotten their vaccination. Drink tumblers. Come in every Pfizer. There's Moderna. There's Johnson & Johnson.
You can forget those Tupperware parties. Have a vaccine party instead. You can now schedule free mobile COVID-19 vaccine clinics for groups of 5 or more.
Happy
Text
slave
the word
dance.
vaccine
Do
to
the happy
1111.
slave dance.
1111.
Hey,
You got your vaccine,
hey.
your friends got their vaccines, and you're ready to celebrate. So we are bringing in an expert to help us plan the best.
This was rough. This was so rough. All right. I could just sit here going over old reels. I mean, who wants that?
What you eat,
Mr. Carnivore.
wisely.
You want to eat the wrong thing and end up with a worm in your eyeball? Because that didn't happen eating apples and grapes.
Choose what you
I
eat.
can assure
wisely.
you that. I can guarantee you're not going to get a worm in your eyeball from eating some grapes.
Choose what you
Now,
eat
support.
wisely.
I can't guarantee that ain't going to happen. See, this is just... This is like my diet. Kind of like my diet. And I hope that you can use this as a way again to not feel like you are crazy. You're not the crazy one. This world, us in this world, is absolutely ridiculous. So you want to forget, he said to give us free. Give us free. Oh, some baked. Here's every once in a while I put food. I here's some baked apple with dates. These were fun to make. Humans are carnivores. Yeah, that's a good one. When the craving for pus and mucus food hits, you didn't bring your lemons and enema bag. That's what you gotta. That's part of the art of the transition, is so you don't end up in that situation. You gotta, you want to eat at the right times, and and combine your food properly, and you don't want to find yourself in this situation where you're running around. And we've all been there. I've been there. That like we call that the crackhead mode. You running around just you ready to eat anything. You just out of But when you apply the principles of the transition diet well and clean yourself out properly, you can avoid that. You get to a point where that's not what you have to go through. Oh, this is some good old soul food right here. We making some good old wholesome, healthy. Some yam. I guess you need a little bit. You need some more sugar with them yams. Just a little more sugar. Absolute insanity. Oh, I miss these. I want. Oh, those are the. Oh, okay, these aren't the. I was thinking the honey bells. Yeah. This was ridiculous. I went into a store and somebody had just put all this nasty chicken on some fruit. Like, you idiots. Does that look good? Like, who would come up with that? Who would actually? I mean, that's some pus du jour. All right. With the pump face. All right, y'all. So yeah, it's about that time. Almost made it to the just under 4 hours for this one, but so future things. Again, I'm gonna put this Spira's membership feedback survey. If you are interested in being one of the first people to access the mucus-free membership program, Professor Spira's mucus-free membership, then go ahead and fill out the survey, put your email address and information at the end of it. If you don't want to share and you just want to take the survey but leave it anonymous, you can actually do that too. You're not required to share any information. But that does help us really put together, because we care. It's like we actually want to try to make this program the absolute best that it can be and help you and everybody else as much as humanly possible. So that feedback helps us craft the program, and really excited to move forward with this, because I think this is going to be a game changer for a lot of people. And we just really want to get as many folks in the membership as we can, up to our limit where we have our little cap, but we want to get everybody in there, and we know that the people that join sooner than later are the folks that really should be in there. Because that's the thing. Like I said, I like to work with people that are serious about this lifestyle. That's who I deal with. Is I'm dealing with people that interested in practicing the mucus diet, trying to do it on the transition, learning about the transition. That's the world that I have created for myself. That's the world that I like to live in. So this is one more step in that direction. Mucus-free life membership is incoming. Is going to be 2 monthly Q&A calls with me. There's 2 accountability calls. There is, what else we got? We got the recipe. You get access to I showed earlier, the mucus-free social, the recipes archive, the training archive, all the different trainings I've done and things. There's a fasting training. There's things that aren't out here. That's all in the archive. We just put everything that you could possibly need to be successful, starting off with practicing the mucus diet or taking things to the next level. Putting all that into one very reasonable, very affordable option to plug in. And I look at it too, like, you got to support things that you believe in. And this is another way, even if you didn't want the other stuff, because over the years, people always would ask about, oh, do you have a Patreon or donations and that kind of stuff? It's like, be a part of the membership, join the private membership association. It's actually a private membership association. And that's important. It's important that we create these private spaces where we're able to speak freely about practicing the mucus diet healing system, where we're not censored, where the videos don't get taken down and not going to get taken down 10 minutes after this live ends. And, that's where we're at. So I'm really excited about kicking this thing off. Take the survey, share your information. We're going to be rolling it out the next couple days. So you definitely want to be in on the first. I got a couple special bonuses for some of the early people that join. So definitely join in. And again, I want to thank everybody for being here. JC says, can't wait to join. Reese says, great episode. Appreciate that. And just so many possibilities. I gotta say, the good news is this is the absolute best time in history to practice the mucusless diet healing system. Can I get an amen? When you understand, if you study a little bit of history, you look at the evolutions and people, because people always want to try to bring up, oh, well, there was less chemicals and things were so cleaner back then and the bodies were cleaner. This is the best time in history to practice the mucusless diet healing system because of the information, because of the societal systems that we have access to, provided that you live in a place that has some systems in your favor, where there's a relative level of peace going on. There's never ever been some place where all around the world, there's always war. It's a warring planet because this is a warring way of life that people lead. Eating pus and mucus leads to war. It leads to violence. Violence begots violence. It's very easy. It's very clear. But that notwithstanding, this is the best time to practice the mucusless diet because we know what we know. We have access to the resources that we need. Most of us, again, depending on where you're located. But a larger, put it like this, a larger number of us have access to what we need than at any time in history on this planet. To have access to tropical fruits in remote parts of the world 24 hours a day. Yeah, I mean, we've gotten so spoiled. We actually want to complain like, oh, these fruits are so horrible. And this is so, it's like, well, yeah, but you didn't have that consciousness when you were eating McDonald's. You could care less about, that's when I love it when I give real good quality fruit to somebody that's never had it. And they think that fruit's nasty and is bad. I've done that with blueberries and blackberries, and somebody, I'm like, hey, you want a blueberry? They're like, I don't like I don't think I like blueberries. I'm like, I don't know, you might like these. They see me eating them, they're like, okay. And he was like, oh wow, that's really good. That's not like what I remember at all, because you were eating crap little acid berries. But if you can find some good sweet, it got just a right little bit of sweetness, blueberries, blackberries, like food fit for mucus-free humans. I was gonna say royalty. We are the royalty. And so I think that's something to really, really understand and be grateful for. If we're gonna be thankful and grateful, I'm grateful that I'm practicing the Mucus Diet Healing System in the year 2024 and not 1952 or 45 or any other time. I'm happy that I'm practicing it right now, because we have such such an opportunity to practice at a high level, connect with people from around the world, and have the kind of support and accountability on a large scale that didn't exist before. Because we take stuff for granted. This internet's brand new. Telephones are brand new. This kind of transcontinental wires and telephones, all this stuff is new. And you can say, well, it's a replication of telepathy and things that humans used to have. But in terms of modern day technologies, these are brand new things. But people they've gotten so used to them, and it's gotten so deep that we start taking it for granted, and we forget that, man, things were, I'm talking about the Pilgrims, and you go with the Oregon Trail. You're going to try to practice the Mucus diet and your family is on the Oregon Trail. Nah, I'll take 2024 with all of its warts and its genocides and its Fauci's and I'll take it, because I can easily order. So when I started practicing the diet, I had to drive like 30 minutes to a place that sold enema bags, and now I can order an enema bag and it's in my house in 4 hours. And there's a few places that sell. A lot of places don't sell them in the store, but you can, I think CVS's, there's some now, but those stores aren't reliable because sometimes they sell the enema bags and sometimes they don't. Just over the years, I've noticed that. So they'll go back and forth, where sometimes you can find it at a CVS or Walgreens, but sometimes you can't. But it's now with the online marketplace, there's no excuse. Like, you can find what you need to find and have it to your door in a matter of hours if you want. And so, again, I'm thankful. Good time to be alive. The best time to be alive. The best time to practice the Mucus diet is always right now. The best time to clean yourself up, clean out your colon, get all the dross out of your body. Best time to do that is now. The best time to fast is definitely today. The best time, it's like, this is the best time right now. It's the best time to practice the best diet, to try to live the best lifestyle, which is the mucus-free lifestyle. This is it. So I thank you all so much for being here. I love you all so much. We are going to keep this momentum going, keep pushing forward, taking this information as far as we can take it, taking this practice as far as we can take it. Then we raise the next generation and they're going to take it further than we could take it. And that's how you transform humanity. That's the formula. That's the secret. That's the way. Not going to Mars, not all these things that people cooked up, trying to go extract some kind of thing out in the ocean and all this. No, cleaning up human blood on a large scale will fundamentally create a chain reaction that will bring about world peace, that will bring about the transformation of the human species. And when humans take their rightful seat on the throne of the crown of creation, then the other animals can fall into place. Because animals can transition too, but they need guidance. They need help. They need the help of humans. So all of these things can be done, but none of them can happen without that initial colon cleanse, that initial flush. That has to happen first. So all these ideas are cool. These ideas are fun, and wow, that sounds really cool. But it doesn't mean anything if you're not cleaning out your colon. Doesn't mean anything if you got black tar slime slathered on the inside walls of your colon and intestines. Doesn't matter. So first things first, get yourself together. Start cleaning yourself up. Then if you have control over children or other people in your sphere of influence, help them transition through the knowledge that you've gained going through the process. But it starts with you, with that first flush, with that commitment. Be committed. Commit to cleaning yourself up. Commit to overcoming the burden of slavery, the burden of physiological slavery, of being in fear. No longer do we need to genuflect at the altar of psychopathic imbeciles who have no clue how the human body works when it comes to healing, and have every incentive for you to stay ignorant, scared, and obedient. And I'm saying, to hell with that. Physiological liberation. 2024, gonna clean that ass in 2025. That's what time it is. So until next time, peace, love, and breath.
We are mucus-free. 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 We are mucus-free.